Does my audio sound funny to anybody else? Is it maybe my headphones? I'm hoping it's my headphones. I feel like it's had this trouble before, and I haven't quite been able to nail it down. It's my headphones, as long as it doesn't sound like, crackly. Hang on a second. It's not, Huh. Okay. Okay, we'll work on that issue on my end then, as long as it doesn't sound crackly and robotic to you fine folks on the other end. My monitor sounds... maybe it's not my headphone. What could it be? So my monitor sounds fine, but the audio coming through OBS sounds all funny to me. I've had this happen before, and it's one of those issues where you're like, I better start hunting down the culprit, I better start troubleshooting and finding the thing that's going wrong, and then it just sort of stops at some point. I don't know. I don't know what the issue is. I'm just going to trust that it's going to fix itself. That's a good policy, right? With computer use and troubleshooting, right? Something's wrong. Why don't we just hope it fixes itself? That's why I never got that highly sought after position on the Geek Squad. How is everybody doing tonight? Pardon the delay. Had a couple of things got up to today. I completely redid the drop-based Delta files today, all today, after the response that we got to the Industrial Fluid Works pack and the way people have been liking the new Hextech Universal file format, where you only have the single set of files both for Hex... I'm cleaning brushes right now, don't mind me. Where you only have the single set of files for both Hex and Hexless formats. I went ahead and updated all of drop-based Delta to use magnets and to use the new Hextech Universal base system. So my sincere apologies to all of you out there who have drop-based Delta version 1, considering we updated it so quickly, but I will tell you, drop-based Delta version 2 seems to be a significant improvement. A significant improvement. It looks the same. It's not going to look any different yet. We haven't added any new structures. We haven't significantly changed any of the look of the set. It's just that now the connector corridors connect with magnets, and the buildings can be removed from their bases or attached very, very easily. And that includes the mech bay. Mom passed away just trying to square. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That's terrible. That's one of those things where someone on my end, I'm like, I hear news like that, and my immediate thought is just, there's literally nothing I can say that could possibly make it any easier. In fact, there's nothing anyone could do that could make it any easier. It's just going to be hard. So all I can say to Square is, my thoughts are with you, man. And if there is anything that you think I could do to help, please do let me know. And I hope that we could at least occupy your mind with more pleasant thoughts for at least a short period of time to aid you through what is just going to be probably one of the hardest times of your life, and I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna mess with the music just for a second. Why is the monitor doing that to me? Why? Why sound problems? I'm just gonna fool with a couple of things and see if I can't fix it with something easy. No, it's just gonna sound crackly until it decides that it's not gonna, I guess. I don't think it's my headphones, at least. That's something. Weird having more than 4 songs. So I discovered something on that front, by the way. I did go ahead and subscribe to Pretzel's professional level, so that we could add some more tracks and some more features, and I could do some of my own mix lists and everything like that. But I discovered something else while I was engaging in that process, which is that I had YouTube friendly mode turned on, which I guess I was just doing because, you know, I upload my VODs to YouTube. and that reduces your song count significantly. I don't know legally what the difference is between what YouTube will allow and what Twitch won't, but apparently YouTube is a bit more draconian with things like that. So, going back to the beginning, who have we got today? There's Project Dark Fox. Vergataron, good to see you. Sumatha to Square, of course. There is Data Nerd. Lord Hethrir hanging out in the back, hoping nobody notices. There's Asri. Detron Voltari, always a pleasure to see you, my friend. Still not better on my... I wonder what that is that's doing that. I hate... If it's a problem that I can't do anything about, or it's a pain in the ass to fix, I might leave it for a while because I'm a lazy, kind of stupid asshole. But when I don't know the cause of a problem, it's frustrating. It's very, very frustrating. Ignore it and eventually it'll go away, right? Yeah, it certainly won't lead to deeper, more systemic issues. Absolutely not. What's up, Kursala? Check your headphones. I've done that 4 times since I started complaining about this, Project Dark Fox. What do you think? Like when I reach over here with my left, I guess you can't actually see me doing that when I'm down here manipulating the mixer. It's not, the problem is not where my headphones are plugged into the PC. For some reason, it is the actual digital audio being output through my monitor to my headphones. If I try turning it off and back on, then I'd have to stop the stream. I don't want to. We're going with the pray it gets better approach tonight. So you can see live how well that works, which is to say it probably won't, and I'm going to be complaining about this for the rest of the stream. Really though, my main concern is as long as it sounds fine to you guys, then that means that doesn't actually help me all that much. Because the audio must be getting to OBS fine, and then going to you guys just fine, but it's getting to OBS and then it's coming to me funny. I don't know. No, see, that's the funny thing, Data Nerd. That's the funny thing. The monitor from my microphone is coming through just fine. Because, so you understand how I've got this set up. I have an XLR microphone. The XLR microphone is plugged into a Scarlett Solo, what would this be called? It's not a mixer, necessarily. It's a little USB XLR transfer hub that takes an XLR signal and turns it into a USB Type-C. And then my headphones are plugged directly into that hub. So I get instantaneous monitoring of my voice. I don't know if you have ever tried listening to a monitor of your voice with like a 1 second or even like a half a second delay. It fucks you up. It fucks me up. I tried doing it. And that's what you get if you use a USB mic and you try to do a monitor too. But if you get that delay, like your own voice coming back into your ears, delayed by even like a half a second, it's your brain just starts to fragment and come apart. It's like that scene in it's like 9 or 10 different scenes in Doctor Strange, but all metaphorical. All metaphorical. So yeah, I'm plugged directly into that. And so the signal going from my microphone to that and through to my headphones is just fine. It is perfectly clear, so it can't be the headphones. Somewhere between my PC and this box, the signal's getting a little scrammy. But if my voice is coming through clear to you, that means it can't be too bad. One thing I am going to do really quick before we go any further, I'm going to go mess with my USB connection. I'll be right back. Did that improve things? Let's find out. I think it switched my monitor off when I unplugged it, but I can fix that easily enough. I'm finally ditching Streamlabs OBS, you guys. I really dug into Stream Elements platform, OBS Studio / OBS Live. And yeah, I'm going over to that. I've actually migrated most of my overlays over to it. The only thing I have left to do is I need to mess with my Stream Deck profiles to swap all of it from Streamlabs OBS over to OBS Live. And then we're just going to be streaming with that. There should be no difference for you guys, but what I noticed when I was kind of going back and forth, I don't have any of the camera glitches or errors when I'm using OBS Live that I have when I'm using Streamlabs, so I'm hoping that that's going to fix a few things. And yeah, you guys shouldn't have experienced any difference with what I just did. I did a little bit in that it switched off my audio monitor, so I'm fixing that. Ooh, there we go. And that fixed audio on my end. So, maybe I just have a weak USB-C connection there. But at least I've narrowed down where the problem is. It's between my mixer and my USB Type-C hub card. So that's something. Guys, we did something. Guys, you guys, we fixed the thing. We did it together. Teamwork. I've got paint on my hand. How gauche. Oh god, okay. My nice, like, rubberized mats that I use on my floor to protect my hardwood from my rolling wheels have started doing this wonderful thing where when I roll onto them, the wheel hits it and it just sort of starts bowing up instead of rolling over it, so I think maybe I need to get new mats. I guess I just weakened it by rolling over it enough times. I suppose that has to be what's going on. Let me clean my glasses right quick. Got a little schmutz. And yeah, this music is already better, isn't it? We've had a few tracks that we haven't heard for a while. I do like Scandroid. It's so corny. It's so corny. That's when I'm on Kursala. I'm using rollerblade wheels, and it's still doing that. Should tell you how fucked it is. Who is this person? He doesn't wear glasses! It's the Clark Kent paradigm that you're experiencing there. Speaking of Clark Kent, I watched it. You guys. I spent 4 hours of my life on Zack Snyder's Justice League after reading countless positive reviews. So many people, oh, it fixes the movie, everything is better. Everything is blah, blah, blah. It makes it worth watching. Some of these claims are true. It's a better movie. It's a significantly better movie. Cyborg is a character in it, like an actual character, which I liked. I liked that a lot. Steppenwolf is an actual character. I liked that a lot. Darkseid is in the movie, though he is not an actual character. I don't know how you would get around that one, because I don't think Darkseid is really much of a character. It still wasn't a good movie, though. It was... There are still just huge, gaping plot holes, incredibly stupid scenes. Mira has a British accent and is somehow more annoying than she was before. Many things still don't make any fucking sense and are just boneheaded and dumb. It didn't change the movie. It's a better movie. It's a better movie because Justice League Theatrical Cut was a terrible movie. It was painful. It was unwatchably bad. Yeah, I'm giving it a skip. If my opinion on this subject means anything to you, and you want me to deliver a recommendation, My recommendation would be to skip it. It's not worth 4 hours of your life. It's fucking long. It has some very, very boring parts. Again, it fixes a number of things that were wrong with the other movie. But the 99% of them are superficial anyway. A lot of the really stupid shit is still in it. There are a couple new scenes that are good. The Flash gets 1 or 2 new sequences that are pretty cool. They change the dynamic of the final fight in a way that kind of fixes one of the big mechanical problems with it, with Superman just kind of saving the day. It's still not good, though. It's still fundamentally written by Zack Snyder. And Zack Snyder is a fucking meathead who never, ever belonged making DC movies in the first place. I wouldn't say that I regret watching it, and I only say that because I already have a habit of watching things I know are going to be bad. And I do, on a personal level, take some pleasure from a good hate watch. I do. So I don't think it was a waste of my time, because my time is already roughly that worthless. Your time, if you have things you think you might be better off doing, you will be better off doing those things. And I've heard a number of times, oh, the characterizations are better, oh, this guy has more of a character, and I agree with all of those statements, but I would follow those up with another statement. If I give you 4 hours of screen time, you had better fucking develop a couple of characters. 4 hours? Are you fucking joking? And the last, 30 minutes of this 4 hours is a nightmare sequence that doesn't need to be there, like it's entirely new. And they get Jared Leto back, and he's like, ha ha ha, I killed the Robin, ha 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 ha. And I'm like, why are we doing this? 2 new scenes with Joe, I guess 1 new scene with Joe Manganiello as Deathstroke, but it's just like he shows up and he's like, hey, I'm in the movie too, you guys, look, I got a mohawk. And I'm like, that's who gives a shit? Who fucking cares? Joe Manganiello looks good doing whatever it is that he does. If he's dressed up as Deathstroke, he's gonna look good. If you dress him up as Booster Gold, he's gonna look good. If you just be like, hey, Joe Manganiello, wear these cutoff shorts and no shirt, and here's a bottle of baby oil, he's gonna look good, because that's Joe fucking Manganiello. You don't have to tell me he looks good as Deathstroke. Of course he does. If I want to see fucking Deathstroke looking like a badass, I'll just go play the Arkham games again. It's the same visual. How is this more exciting? Snyder fans are going to be even more insufferable after this, you guys. Even more insufferable. A version in black and white? Oh, God, why? It's already in black and white. I couldn't tell where the characters began and the background ended half the time. Are there upcoming movies, though, Splintered Brush Studio? I thought all the future Batfleck properties have been canceled. We're moving on to Battinson, which are not going to have Joe Manganiello, more than likely. Black and white? The only black and white version of a movie I can think of in recent memory that was worth a shit was, first of all, The Lighthouse, but it only exists in black and white. And Frank Darabont's black and white version of The Mist from, what was that, 2009? That was really good. But that whole movie was kind of shot in such a way that black and white really made sense for it. It was both written and directed in such a way that black and white can only improve the way that you sort of take in Sin City. Okay, I'll allow Sin City, because yeah, that movie was a lot of fun. I don't really love Sin City. I think a lot of Frank Miller's work is overrated, but that's entirely personal and obviously just me hating popular things because everyone else seems to think it's great. So yeah, Sin City was good. I would issue a plea to all of you out there who might be listening, to the world at large, to the internet, since that's where this is going. Internet, I'm speaking to you. Please stop giving them money for these goddamn horrible DC movies. You are killing what's left of the child in me. I think it's still alive. I think so. I can hear it sometimes. Distantly, but it's there, and that 4 hours of my life killed it just a little bit more. I've tried poking it with a stick. Oh, Roland, I am glad to hear that, man. Are they gonna back pay you for a period, or is it just starting? I hope that you get some back pay on that one, man. Haven't seen a DC movie since Batman and Robin. There's a reason for that. You could watch Shazam. You could watch Shazam, and this may... I feel like this recommendation will absolutely cause Snyder fans, like, their heads to turn around and pea soup to shoot out of their fucking throat like The Exorcist. Me saying, don't watch Zack Snyder's fucking Justice League. Don't watch it. I don't care. People, it's better now. Yeah. Okay. Getting kicked in the nuts is arguably better than getting poked in the eye. I choose neither. Myself. Shazam is solid. It's not without plot holes. It absolutely has plot holes. Like, but they're kind of stuff that I like. I don't care. They don't bother me. They're like particular little nitpicky things, because the overall movie is a lot of fun. The themes are solid, and Zachary Levi, that's the guy, right? Zachary Levi, his performance as a child in the body of not just a grown man, but a grown Superman. I guess the best compliment I can pay is that as I'm watching the movie, I forget that I'm watching a grown man, and I feel like I'm watching a child in a grown man's body. When he comes in for the full center shot at the convenience store, and hello, good sir, I would like 6 of your finest beers, please. That's a delight. It's absolutely a delightful movie, and Mark Strong as the villain. In fact, if you're sitting there now thinking, maybe I'll watch Justice League, maybe I'll do that. Fuck that, go watch Shazam. Yeah, your phone's charged. Your phone's charged. Hands, lightning from my hands. There's so many great scenes in that movie. Lightning from my hands. I guess a lot of people are going to watch the Zack Snyder cut just because we're stuck at home. Let me tell you the one thing about it that it was like, 5 minutes into the movie, I'm already finding problems. I'm going to jump to painting here in just a second. But I will say of Zack Snyder's Justice League, I knew something was wrong at the very first screen that came up, because the very first screen that comes up says, this movie is shot in 4:3 is presented in 4:3 aspect ratio in order to conform to the director Zack Snyder's artistic vision. 4:3 aspect ratio. What this means for most of you out there is that the sides of the image are going to be cut off, and you're going to be watching a funny little, almost square rectangle. In that moment, I was able to determine precisely what Zack Snyder's artistic vision was for his film. Because 4:3 aspect ratio is, I believe, the ideal aspect ratio for IMAX showings. True IMAX showings. 4:3 aspect ratio is what they go for. So we're clear. Zack Snyder's artistic vision is, please watch my movie in IMAX. Despite the fact that he was making a movie for release on HBO Go in the middle of a worldwide fucking pandemic that was almost universally going to be watched at home on widescreen televisions. I could pick out many instances of decision-making on Zack Snyder's part that illustrate that particular level of hubris, but as many of them as I could come up with, I don't feel that I could come up with a better example. That really just sums it up right there, doesn't it? It just says it all. And what it says is, what an asshole. Just what a fucking asshole. And he dedicated it to his daughter who committed suicide, which is sad. But I judge the movie. I don't take into account. I don't feel like, hey, he had a personal tragedy in his life, go easy on him, is a legitimate defense of a multi-million-dollar shitfest. Sad as that is. Jesus, okay, Roland, maybe that's taking it a bit far. Come on, man. That is objectively a sad thing. His life has gone through a lot of troubles recently. But maybe stop. Maybe don't make any more movies, Zach. Maybe that's just me. Checking my wet palette here. Let's do some painting. What do you say? Seems like a good idea to me. My camera working? Hey, what do you know it is? Yeah, it's Disney / Marvel Dark Fox, but it is also it got postponed. Sprites. Sprite actually were the gamers. I'm going for I need some sugar, I don't want any caffeine. Yeah, no, that was Bryan Singer. Bryan Singer is the creepy sex pervert with the movie about putting people in leather outfits. Who, weirdly enough, still made some of the better X-Men movies that we've ever gotten. But, you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? It's Hollywood. And, you know, I have this general opinion of Hollywood whenever we discover, because I fully expect, like, anytime I start to like an actor these days, I'm like, oh, this guy's great, look at all the amazing stuff he's doing. I wonder how many people he keeps in his basement. Like, it's... I think that people should re-examine Louis C.K.'s whole pseudo-fallen, not quite return to grace, but fall from grace and then sort of apology tour that he did. I think that one really bears examination, because that one seems to me like a case where you can really get a feel for a man who didn't set out to victimize people, but gained popularity, gained money, and most importantly gained fame, power, and influence. And he found himself in a position where he was like, hey, I can abuse my power and my influence to get something that I want right now. And he did it, and he didn't think about the consequences that would have for another living human being. He stopped thinking about the other person as a human being, and they were just something he could get something from. And I don't say this in any way to excuse Louis C.K.'s behavior. I don't think that he himself would really try to excuse his own behavior based on the things I've read from him, but I would say that it's a good thing to study just to understand how people do this. It seems like once you get to a certain level of power and influence, it's almost natural. It's a very natural human instinct to abuse it for something, which is why I always harp on people like David Miscavige and Tom Cruise and the like, because every time you go to see a Tom Cruise movie, and believe me, I'm right there with you, I go see him too. I like Tom Cruise. The guy can run like you wouldn't fucking believe. He's a good little actor. He's like 4 feet tall, and he absolutely owns people. I just want that to be clear so that we all know it. Tom Cruise, for anything that you like him in, know that right now he owns human beings, and this is probably a problem. We should probably do something about this at some point. Oh, that's enough. That's enough of that shit for today, though, don't you think? Already got our technical difficulties bingo square, so we can continue. Oh, yeah, well, congratulations, Lore Friendly. I wanted to get that one out of the way for you. Writing is writing, directing is directing. If one or both has to be delayed or handed off to someone else because of personal loss, has to be delayed or handed off. No excuse for bad... Yeah, exactly, Sumitha. I feel like it's... I hear the whole Bryan Singer daughter thing sort of tossed around a lot, almost as if it's like, well, go easy on the guy, because... But I'm like, this is sad. It's a sad event. I remove that from my consideration from the movie, because they shouldn't have anything to do with each other. And then let's address the movie, and the movie is bad. That's my whole interaction with that subject. Question, how would you model futuristic oil pumps and derricks? How would I model them? I don't know offhand. Futuristically? It's a good answer, right? Probably, maybe, I don't know. Oh, hey, they added a DC emote to Twitch. It's funny because it's on fire. It's a basket of shit that's on fire. Why are the DC movies so bad, you guys? Why are they so bad? I have high hopes for Pattinson. I liked Joker. We'll see where it's going. Probably into the shitter, like everything else. Oof. I'm nihilistic today, aren't I? I'm kind of cynical. as it were. You know why it is? It's because I just spent 4 hours of my life watching a piece of shit movie. And I can't be angry at anybody else for that. Who can I possibly be angry at other than myself for doing? Because I did it. I did it to myself. I knew better, and I did it anyway. Should be the title of my autobiography. I knew better, and I did it anyway. Oh, no. So I'm going to get to work today. We are working on some of these Immortal Weavers, who are sort of like combat casters for Warcaster Neo-Mechanika. And I got a good amount of work done on this one last night, but she needs some more touch-ups, and then we're going to be going over to this other one and trying to get her up to snuff. Because Warner Brothers values Flash over substance. First of all, I see what you did there. Flash over substance. I also think that the Marvel movies kind of broke DC, kind of broke Warner Brothers in their heads. Snapped something. Because Marvel took a risk with movies like Iron Man and Romeo Void. No, I have not yet. I have all my infantry done for the Eternus Continuum. I have this Marauder done. I have these 2 Immortal Weavers and 1 Marauder. And then next up are going to be my Warjacks, who I have started priming. And then after the Warjacks, we are going to be doing Hierotheos Raxus, who is one of my favorite models in the range, and I'm looking forward to spending some time on him. But today we are working on some Immortal Weavers, like cyber ladies with booby armor that shoot electricity out of their faces and hands. I was gonna say out of their balls, but I don't know, I just feel like you guys would take that wrong. To Square, thank you so much for the reminder, because my lumbar pillow is constantly shifting out of place, and I need to drink some water. Let me tell you what I would do, Roland. If you were to say to me, go design some futuristic oil derricks, the first thing I would do is I would go to some of Guillermo del Toro's art books, because he does pseudo-futuristic industrial architecture very, very well, at least in my opinion. I would go to his art books for, and I know this just sounds, you're gonna say something clever after I say this, like, oh, you do that for everything, but in that particular case, I would look to his art books for Pacific Rim. I should have I've already wiped paint on my hand, and yeah. Oh, out of it today. Hey, Thunderhead Studio, go design some futuristic oil decks. Damn it, Verg! You're not my supervisor. Why must I go to work? I wish to paint. You must go to work so that you may paint. It is an ecosystem, you see. It is an endless cycle, for without work there can be no money. Without money there can be no minis. Without minis there can be no painting. Embrace the suck. And soon you shall be painting, sir. Really not gonna spend too much time on the highlights or worrying about every little thing on these figures. Like I said, I'm really trying to just push these through. I know I say tabletop quality, and people are like, oh, it's better than tabletop quality. That's very kind of you. These days, this is what I call my own tabletop quality. I don't even think my highlighting on this is very good, but I think it's effective enough.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
I gotta do something to increase my depth of field on this camera. It's a great camera, but I find myself with a very narrow depth of field for focus, and I'd like something a little bit broader. I think the solution may be as simple as moving the camera further away from my painting surface. I think. So just like moving the arm kind of up and away a little bit and then focusing in closer could work. How am I today, Wandering XP? Well, you know, I was a little down in the dumps. And then I looked over at chat and I saw the name Wandering XP, and now I'm doing fucking great. Wandering, how are you doing? Thank you for wandering in. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, can we get a shout out? Thank you so much, Project Dark Fox. I appreciate that. What are you up to, Wandering XP? What is my aperture set to on my camera lens? Fairly narrow for as much depth of field as I can manage, with my ISO also fairly low. I believe that I have done most of what I can in camera settings without changing the actual lens that I'm using to maximize my depth of field. I feel like the next step for maximizing depth of field is going to be changing my actual focal length. And then if that doesn't get me where I want to be, then the next step is going to be getting an actual different lens. What am I lying about? When have I ever lied, Chaotic Harmony? I mean, you know, to you, but I mean to other people is what I'm asking.
You could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
We're not. We're glorbing with a purpose, damn it. If you stay at focal length for over 4 hours, you should see a doctor. Oh, wiener jokes! Chat off stream about the camera and play with it, see with it. Dude, yes, please. Wandering XP, help me. Because I don't know what I'm doing. If I've given people the impression that I know what I'm doing, that is an erroneous impression and it should be cast out like the bullshit that it is. I have been making this up as I have been going along and trying to learn about 20 new things all at once, so it is no surprise to me that some of them I learned very poorly. Just discovered the best lap warmer is a hot build plate. We're the gamers. You're not supposed to fuck the printer. For the love of God, man. But it's a magnetic sheet. That doesn't make it any better. What are you, Cyber Knight? Now?
It's got magnets. I want to make love to it.
It's 2021. Yeah, don't be a robophobe, huh? He wants to fuck his printer, you know, let him fuck his printer. What's the harm, after all? I'm going to apply a black wash over these blue portions I've done. I'm going to add just a touch of flow aid to it because I'm really just looking to get the crevices. And went right there, Drake. Like, that's the maximum potential of that joke, is you mentioning that it exists. It was never going to be funny. I'm definitely right on the cusp of a serious analytic rewatching of The Next Generation. Last night I dug into Star Trek The Next Generation Season 3. Just started going through it, looking for episodes that really spoke to me or that I remembered fondly. The first one I picked out was The Ensigns of Command, which is the one that I remembered that I confused with another episode when I talked about it here on stream before. It is the one where the, what's the alien race called? The Sacagui? That's not the name. They have another name. I think we only see them the one time, but they're a very litigious race of aliens who, according to treaty, have rights to colonize a particular world. And they discover a human colony on that world, where there should not be a human colony. Boomy Boom Boy, thank you so much for the follow. The Shellyak, Roland, thank you so much. Yes, the Shellyak, who are a fun race, I thought. Their very dogmatic adherence to litigation was fun, particularly since the episode sort of divides up. It begins with Data about to give a concert of his violin playing, and We're the Gamers, thank you so much for that gifted sub, going out to TechnoCat. We're the Gamers, I always appreciate the support, man. And it starts up with Data about to give a violin recital, and he goes up before he starts the recital to Picard and Counselor Troy, who I have to say I like Counselor Troy as a character most of the time. Marina Sirtis is A-OK. In that particular episode, she was really rocking that 5 o'clock shadow, though. Ooh, she had to have like real trouble keeping the mustache down, considering like that had to be her. Like she must have done work on that day, but it's still like I can see it. I can see the mustache coming in, Marina. So Bella Noct. Thank you for the reminder. How you doing today, Bella? Could we get a shout out, by the way, for Bella Noct? She's human and happy. Yeah, I'm not like, ooh, Marina Sirtis has a mustache. I'm just noting it because I thought it was kind of funny in this particular episode. Like, it was really obvious. And I felt for her, like, oh, this is saved for posterity for all time. But anyway, so he goes up to Counselor Troy and Captain Picard before his recital begins, and he apologizes for it. I thought this is interesting. As a part of the episode I never really focused on before, but he apologizes for his performance in advance and notes that I lack soul. He says, my performance lacks soul. While technically proficient, I lack soul. And the captain's remark to this is just that, you know, it's not a good idea to tell people you're going to fail before you've made the attempt. That is a poor policy, to which he responds, is not honesty always the best policy? And this sort of stops Picard for a moment, and he thinks about it, and he says, excessive honesty can be detrimental. Even and particularly in the role of command. It is often important to project an air of confidence whether you have it.
Here at Thunderhead
or not.
Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Which today it is. Ew, gross. And I thought it was interesting watching how, like, the last time I watched that episode was years ago, and I was not thinking about it analytically, so it wasn't like, you know, you get the message that then he goes and he encounters someone who does not respond to logic, and he has to sort of modify his own leadership tactics. And I know that Picard has to do the same thing. It's a good thematic episode, because he encounters the Shellyak, and he's not able to appeal to their emotions at all. They have no emotions to appeal to as far as humans go. If they have emotions, they don't apply them to humanity because they don't consider them to be a higher species. So he has to appeal strictly to their sense of logic. Whereas Data, going down to the planet as the only officer who can go down to the planet due to the radiation, has to deal with people who refuse to acknowledge logic in any way, shape, or form, who only act, are connected to their home through emotion. It was a fascinating episode. I was struck this time I always note it when I'm watching that one, that he fires a phaser. He's like, I'm gonna destroy your aqueduct. He goes, pew, and he fires his phaser at it, and it hits it, and it makes it glow red, and then it blows up every substation all the way up the mountain. Like, whoa, 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 whoa. I've never seen a phaser do that. But okay. Okay. Yeah, that other voice you hear sometimes, Bella, that would, in fact, be our very own Chaotic Harmony. Yeah, it's the one where he kisses the girl, and she acts disappointed at the end, which I thought was funny, because she kisses him earlier in the episode, and he's like, why did you do that? And she says, well, you looked like you needed it. And he says, interesting. So biological entities will use a kiss not only to display affection, but also for the purpose of comfort. Like, yeah, okay. And then later on, when she appears distressed, he goes in and he kisses her. And she sort of reasons out. She's like, okay, so in your mind, you saw that I was in distress and you wanted to make it better. And then she seems to express disappointment. She says, rational to the last, Data. And I got like an opposite message from it than I feel like the character did. Because I feel like it should be significant that a being who has no reason to care about the feelings or thoughts of living beings other than his own desire to understand it, saw that she was in distress and wanted to make her feel better. That seems like a compliment to me. It was a good episode. I like that episode. That's one of the episodes that I always remember, I always think of. I always picture Data shooting his phaser into the aqueduct and miraculously blowing up the whole thing all the way to the top of the mountain. Of course, the water's still running after he does it, so it's like they didn't actually do anything to the set. They were just like, oh, and then he blew it up. Okay, whatever. I particularly like in that one his failed attempt to use reverse psychology on the villagers. Because first he's just like, look, this is what's gonna happen, and they don't listen. So then she suggests, like, you should try reverse psychology. So he goes in and he's like, all right, well, I'm not going to encourage you to evacuate. That's not what we're gonna do. You have made your decision and you're going to stay here, and I just want to express my sincere admiration for the sort of constancy and bravery that it requires to stand, fight, and inevitably die defending your home. And they're like, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean die? He's like, oh no, yeah, they're gonna kill you. They're gonna kill all of you. Your children will die knowing that their sacrifice is for a greater good. It's like, wait, slow down, man. What gets me is that it isn't until later that he notes, to my mind, the most important detail about the Shellyak invasion. It's in the last part that he comes out and he's like, look, you have this fantasy of them attacking your village, and you're going to fight them off with hand weapons and clubs and slug throwers. The Shellyak are going to kill you from orbit. You will all die, and you will die having never seen the face of your killer. Now, he punctuates that by using a hand phaser, a simple hand phaser, to annihilate the most important piece of infrastructure in their village, which also gives them no choice. But I think it's an effective message. He's like, look, I'm some android who doesn't want to hurt you, and I've got a little remote control that is like the lightest weapon we have available, and boom, I just blew up the most important thing in your village with no effort. These people have more than that, and you should be terrified. Possible that shooting a phaser at maximum power, because it can vaporize a person, actually triggers a reaction in water, breaking it down to hydrogen and oxygen and igniting it. Sumitha, that would be a great thought, but that's not what happened. Though, in the spirit of kind of filling in the gaps for special effects limitations, yeah, I'm fine with that idea. Phasers are always a bit kind of like, yeah, maybe what they can do changes based on the situation. Wandering XP, you've really never seen The Next Generation? Dude. That just gave me an idea. You know how we were talking about, like, what could we do? And we need to sit down and have a conversation about that? That just gave me an idea for something that we could watch and talk about. like one person who's never seen Star Trek The Next Generation watching it, and then sitting down and talking about it with someone who has seen it way too much. That could be interesting. But that's the brilliant thing about Star Trek The Next Generation, We're the Gamers, though, is that the technology existed to serve the purpose of telling the story and not the other way around. It didn't matter what phasers were really capable of. It didn't matter what transporters should be capable of doing in any given scientific circumstance. What mattered is that you could wave your hands and go, oh, there's some kind of radiation means we can't use the thing. The deflector dish has godlike power. I mean, yeah, if you can focus a tight spread of tachyon particles through the deflector dish, you can apparently do anything at all, including destroy the universe at times. One-sided and nerd-filled. It won't be one-sided. What makes you that like me? Like I dominate conversations. That doesn't sound like me. Come on, that's silly. That's silly, Kursala. One of the reasons I think it would work, Drakari, is that I wouldn't say I've watched it way too much. I've watched it many times throughout my life, and it's been a number of years since my last full rewatch, so it's actually kind of like time for me to refresh my memory and revisit a few of the older episodes. Zat Nicotel, yeah. The Zats were some of the greatest plot conveniences ever, and I think that's pretty well acknowledged. Yeah, to Carmody, you have to try harder than that. That's low effort trolling. Like, it's so obvious. A good troll can't be obvious. It has to be something that you could genuinely believe. And Spaceballs wasn't even making fun of Star Trek in any... Like, there were little jabs here and there, but Spaceballs was making fun of Star Wars. And there's no serious fan of either on the planet Earth who would realistically compare Star Trek and Spaceballs. You gotta try harder. Now, I think it's worth noting. It's worth noting that that is a realistic concern. Yeah, just the idea of sitting down with someone who's never seen it before, and then one person who has, as I said, quote, seen it way too much. Because of the nature of Star Trek fans, could easily just become one person berating the other one for not understanding things well enough. But that just takes some discipline more than anything. I like the idea of it, and it's just a vague idea. This isn't necessarily something that's going to happen. But I do like the idea of it just because I, as someone who has watched it many times and who is about to commence a rewatch of it, could genuinely use a fresh perspective on many of these episodes. And I think that should be the focus of it, is loving the show and then having an outside perspective of someone who does not have that same love. Because it's very hard to evaluate things that we love objectively. That, and particularly when it comes to early Star Trek The Next Generation, many episodes get kind of a pass based on things that happen in later episodes. And that's not necessarily fair either. I think it's interesting to evaluate the early episodes from the perspective of someone who doesn't know what's going to happen later. Well, Coral, that's not an argument either. That's just true. When are we doing this? I'd be down for in the very immediate future Wandering XP, because I am right now in the midst of the urge to rewatch Next Gen. The question would be, from me to you, would you want to do the entirety of the series? Because it is 7 seasons. And there's a lot of bullshit in the first and second seasons. There's a lot of bullshit in the first and second season. Like, I think maybe you should watch the Next Generation seasons 1 and 2, but analyzing them will not necessarily be the most interesting thing, because that's just going to come down to, yeah, this episode was stupid, and here's the list of reasons that it was stupid. And that way we could circumvent the whole Tasha Yar discussion thing until we get to Yesterday's Enterprise, and then we could analyze Yesterday's Enterprise and the subsequent Romulan episodes a bit more meaningfully. Yeah, I've got to put that poll up tonight, by the way, Data Nerd. I've been remiss in my movie night duties. I don't know, I think it could be a fun idea, and what I like most about this idea, Wandering XP, is that this is describing like a series that we could do, and it would have an endpoint, and there'd be no expectation for us to actually carry it on past that unless we wanted to. But I mean, regardless of whether it was something we recorded or not, this is something I would want to do just with you, just have you watch the series and talk with you about it, because I think that sounds interesting as hell. And I really am approaching Next Generation at this point in my life much more analytically than I did before, and I think having someone with a knowledge of the industry like you do talking about it will be enlightening for me. Because I promise there are things you're going to consider that I haven't. I know, right, Kursala? What a crazy idea. So maybe what we do is, Wandering XP, you, just as soon as you can, when you find the time, sit down and start watching the Next Generation Season 1. And then we can start in Season 2. And maybe we don't do every single episode. Maybe we do groups of episodes. Like, we'll talk about these 3 episodes here at a time. Because otherwise that's a lot of stuff. And every episode does not bear that much discussion. There are episodes of Next Generation that are like, oh yeah, then this happened and it was dumb. Next Generation kind of defines the hit or miss sci-fi. That's why I say that I think Deep Space Nine is the better show overall, but Next Gen has better individual episodes. It also has worse individual episodes. Best of Both Worlds equals best TNG episode. It was a 2-parter, first of all, Sumatha. Best of Both Worlds is 2 amazing episodes. And yeah, it is some amazing TNG. You're not wrong. Hey, what's up? What's up, Gus Schultz? Good to see you, man. Yeah, let's run with this idea, but let's talk particulars later, Wandering XP, because this is the first idea I've kind of pitched that I got excited about immediately. So, that has to mean something, right? 2 parts of the same episode. It's 2 episodes, come on. Alright, 2-part episode. Semantics and pedantry are the highest form of discourse. You can go to hell, Hathrir. You know what we'll do, though? You know what we will do for you, Hathrir? We're gonna do a 2-parter. Where we watch the Ensigns of Command and we watch Insurrection. Because it's the same plot, but I'd like to compare and contrast Picard in each one. Because he's a very different man. And it's being written by very different people. Best of Both Worlds is fantastic. And I almost like Riker's story in Best of Both Worlds more than I like Picard's. Because they play with that trope of like, oh no, we have a replacement commander for the ship, and he's a hard ass, and he's not, he doesn't understand us like our usual captain does, and he's a bad guy. It's Ronnie Cox. And honestly, I think Ronnie Cox is the best fucking commander the Enterprise ever had. I love Picard for many reasons. But Ronnie Cox is amazing as a captain. He comes in and he's just like, alright, Here's how we deal with the fucking... No, that's not the best of both worlds. Nope, I mixed that up with another episode and I'm stupid. That was the episode with the Cardassians. Yeah. Because Riker's in command in Best of Both Worlds. Ooh! I was saying that out loud and then I was like, no, Riker was the one issuing commands. And now I feel dumb. Yes, Riker's story in Best of Both Worlds is very different though. Because that's the one where he gets denied an opportunity for... He doesn't get denied an opportunity for promotion. He gets offered promotion, and he turns it down. Because he feels at home on the Enterprise. Even though he wants to be captain, and then he gets made captain, and he's like, ooh. As I said that, I was like, wait a second, that wasn't Riker's story. That was Ronnie Cox's story, and it involved many more crew of the Enterprise. Yes, they did, which I appreciated. Yeah, he was like, why are you wearing that? Why don't you wear a uniform? You're on a ship, wear a uniform. Which was thoroughly appreciated. Her outfits were a little ridiculous. What the shit is this ad nonsense? What did they hit you with, Riot Sister? Why are you having to watch ads again? Oh. Riot Sister isn't subbed. That's why you have to watch ads. I'm so sorry.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
You're gonna get it and you ain't gonna like it. Holy moly, the POV 42 with the Prime sub. POV, thank you so much. How's your painting going, man? Indeed. Indeed, cat.
Hello there.
You go to resub, it won't let you. Twitch is like, that Thunderhead. He has grown too powerful. We must restrict his subs. That makes sense, right? It sounds like something that would happen. Holy moly. Anonymous! Anonymous! Popping off that gift sub to Riot Sister to make sure she never has to watch commercials again. The crusade against watching commercials is a noble one, brothers and sisters. Rise up! We have nothing to lose but our marketability algorithms. We must seize the memes of production. Oh, it is nice having a few more songs in the roster, isn't it? I had really quite come to miss our little Scandroid interludes. Can we just seize the memes and stop there? I mean, that kind of defeats the purpose, though. Because then we end up going right back to watching commercials after that. So I'm really leaning into this kind of pink highlight you see on this fabric, but then I'm going to do something after I get it highlighted up, and I think you'll like how it looks. Something that I got from We're the Gamers as a very, very fine gift, a product that I have come to quite like. Why would someone give me a sub and ruin my streak? Ooh, you just got sabotaged, right? It says, we'll never know how long your streak was now. It's over. It's done. Oh, no. Does it actually end your streak if you get a gift sub? Is that like a thing? I would think it would let you keep your streak because you've still been subscribed that long. Not that it matters. Like, really, of all the like, I appreciate the streak, Riot Sister, but ultimately it just represents the amount of time you've been giving money to me while also basically working a second job in my stream. It's not, you know, you can. It's not necessary. Bought enough tanks to finish your armored trine area. I'm looking forward to seeing that. What? Anonymous! Anonymous, what are you doing? Why did you just give us... You just gave a subscription to my bot. Like, I'm sure that the Thunderbot appreciates your thoughtfulness and all. But it's also not like a person. You know? Yeah, no, the bot doesn't need subs. That's not a necessity. So I'm going to be using a touch of this Scale Color 75 Inktense Red, which is like a really, really heavily pigmented glaze. And I'm using just a drop of it, and I'm thinning it out a lot. Like, I'm doing 50-50 water and Inktense Red here. And I'm not leaving much on my brush, either. Like, it's real thin, real runny. And then we're just gonna kind of slap. Oh, we're gonna choke! Oh, God! Oh, I'm gonna die! It was terrible. We're just gonna kind of slather that everywhere that we've got red. And that's just going to take the reds we already have and make them significantly more intense. Just trying to get a nice, even coat. Because you see, you don't need much. And just a quick visual comparison, you can see this is what it looks like before the Inktense Red. This is what it looks like after the Inktense Red. In fact, that's one of the better, easy comparison shots I've been able to give. Before, after. This is the power of glazing. Yeah, I was not far from that at all, Roland, and while it is not a subject I was looking to bring up today, yes, that did happen and is awful. No one that I know was involved. That's what I spent last night trying to figure out. And, you know, just the only remark I can really give on things like that anymore is, as horrified and disturbed as I am by it, the one thing I am no longer is surprised, and that is depressing. These Inktense colors are pretty amazing POV. They're one of the better glazes I've ever used. You can kind of do the same thing with the Dr. P.H. Martin Spectralite acrylics. Like, you could do something very similar with the Dr. P.H. Martin's Ruby Red for instance, this is going to have a little bit of a different finish on it. In fact, I would be doing this with this here. That's just schmutz on the outside of the bottle. If I did not have the Inktense Red. And the only reason that I choose this over that is that this leaves kind of a satin finish, and that leaves more of a gloss finish that I would have to deal with. Purchase birch in scale 75. Yeah, birch is a weird color, and I don't... It's just been a very useful color to me since I started using it. I just find myself pulling that color out more often than many others at this point. Honestly, I think I'm about ready to call this one pretty good. I think there are a few more areas that I could potentially highlight on here. Maybe I want to do... I don't want to do some more work on her face. Your face looks awful. Your face looks awful. Let's fix it. That thing has a weird booby plate. Yeah, and fucked up legs, too. POV, what I'm using are Scale 75 Inktense colors. I wouldn't say use Scale 75 everything. There are a number of their paints I'm not a huge fan of, but their Inktense range of primary colors is pretty excellent. It does. Weird booby plates unite. Facial details are not coming out quite the way I'd like them, so I'm just kind of muddling them together, and then I'm going to pick them out a little bit later. She doesn't have many facial details, but a few, and the lips were looking funny, so they're getting darkened and then redone. Yeah, Kursala, if you've got an equivalent to Scale 75's birch, I would absolutely use it. It's a fantastic color. And I think I'm just going to kind of call this one good for now, because while there are definitely more things that I could do to this model, and I am going to come back and do a little bit more work on her face, sometimes I babble about tabletop quality, and I feel like we are there with the complete color scheme on this one. So let's set this Immortal Weaver down. Get busy on the other one. Speaking of birch, I'm going to be using some of that here momentarily. Toss a sample. Yeah, please do. I would compare and contrast them. Yeah, Kat and Hethrier, I mean, you know, count me in. Suffice to say, I'm going a little crazy out here on my own. Is the Inktense white any good? I don't have it. I have not used it. I cannot speak to it. Yeah, white paints are tricky. The nature of white pigmentation is troublesome. Mixing some of my dark warm gray with some birch here to get kind of a warm gray mid-tone. I'm going to thin significantly. That may not be a significant enough of a shift to bother with. Oh, I can work with this. Very broadly. Gonna play some Titanfall until the storm report starts up. Alright, we're the gamers. We'll have fun, buddy. Yeah, we're gonna go a little lighter with this, because that's gonna be too many layers. Too many layers, I say. There we go, that's more like what I'm thinking. Go for it, Roland. I think it's certainly doable. Yeah, that's more the mid-tone I'm looking for. With her arcane space high heels, very practical in battle. Forgot how dull job hunting was. Yeah, the job hunting's kind of a nightmare, Cat. And, you have my genuine sympathies for being in that process right now. Lore friendly. Absolutely! Absolutely lore friendly. It's always great to have you in chat, man. You have a great day. Day, night, whatever. People are all over the world. What model should I buy for my birthday, Thunderhead? Thinking a broadside, but I don't know. I have a feeling, Chaotic Harmony, that you're going to be getting a model as a birthday present. I have a feeling. It's for a force that you don't paint yet. So, I mean, you could just get yourself, like, some paints or something, you know? Nothing confirmed. I just have this feeling. I get feelings. I got that women's intuition thing. But dudes, I got dudes' intuition. What is dudes' intuition? What is that? What is it that men intuit? More clearly than anything else. We intuit whether something can be fucked. I think. That's dude's intuition. People look at a thing and they think, ooh, what is that mysterious object? And I'm like, I bet I could fuck that. I'll bet I could. That seems possible to me. Others may doubt. Others may look at this thing and think, there's no way. There's no way you could fuck. Look at that thing. It's unfuckable. Well. Challenge accepted, sir. Thinking of buying one yourself. A broadside would be a good get. I'm pretty sure they're still useful. Space Hawk. Yes, Cat's infamous Space Hawk. Don't fuck the Space Hawk. I think we've been over this, just in general. I think we established this early on. Don't fuck mechs. That is not what they're designed for. Look, there are machines that serve that purpose, that are designed with that in mind. And fuck those, but don't fuck the mechs. They don't even like Duck and Fisher. Fuck the mechs. As I blatantly steal content from Chaotic Harmony. Shamelessly, too. This is how we get high life. Oh, that's all you had to say. I'll stop immediately. Think I'm gonna get yourself a Borealis for your birthday. Oh, POV! Oh, that's so cool, POV. Just, I still am just floored. Each and every time someone's like, I like something from Hextech. I know that at a certain point I should stop being surprised by it and just sort of accept that, like, hey, it's stuff that people like. But it is an immense compliment to me that that's something that you would want for your birthday, POV. I'm very, very proud of the Borealis. And a big thank you to the Project Dark Fox, too. That thing is as much mine as it is his. As much his as it is mine? Yeah, that's the saying. That's what I meant to say. Blatant joke theft, and I don't even have the voice clip. Yeah. And now it's mine, and there's nothing you can do about it, Chaotic. Not a damn thing. Go complain to Twitch. Go complain to Twitch Daddy and see what they have to say about it. Get a bunch of Trinity City stuff. I still need to get a box out to you, Chaotic Harmony. There are lots of people I want to send things to right now, and I'm just like, oh, my printers are always occupied with new stuff. Constantly occupied. I'll bug Alex. Maybe we can get like a birthday package on its way out to Chaotic Harmony. Oh my God. Oh my dear sweet painting Jesus. We got a raid coming in. Storm's brewing, Annie. I can feel it in my bones. Do you guys realize that was an actual line? That was an actual line. In Star Wars Episode 1, there was a character who said, there's a storm coming, Annie. I can feel it in my bones. That was a line. That's in a science fiction movie. What is this world that we live in? But a nightmare. Fang and Claw Hobbies, thank you so much for the raid, my friend, and welcome in, Raiders. Looks like we already got that shout out from Riot Sister. Folks, if you're not following Fang and Claw Hobbies, he is a paint streamer that you should be following. Guy does some amazing freehand. That's how I discovered him. You were working on Archaon. Archaon? I don't know how you pronounce that. But yeah, he was working on the Archaon, doing a bunch of freehand work and glow effects on his shield, and I was just like, oh my God, I gotta follow this guy. Fang and Claw Hobbies, really cool dude, really talented painter. Definitely go give him a follow. Raiders, welcome in. We're working today on some figures from Warcaster Neo-Mechanika, which is the new game from Privateer Press, or as many people probably know it, the War Machine in Space. That's the general reception that it's gotten, and while that is not strictly totally inaccurate, it also doesn't really cover what this game has going on. Infinity War? Wait, what about Infinity War? You trying to get me to play Infinity? Is that what you're saying? Because we can do that. By the way, Alchemagus MPL, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome in. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to some of the slowest, most opinionated painting you're ever going to see. Warcaster is printed Infinity. His design aesthetic is inextricably Infinity-esque. Yes, I would agree with that. I think it's chonkier and a bit more fantasy than Infinity is. I have been looking very, very closely at picking up a starter set for Infinity Code 1 based on the recommendations of some people here in chat and elsewhere. I believe someone mentioned here in chat last time that they have a new starter set coming other than Operation Caldstrom that I should wait for. That's probably something I should research. Haven't painted any Infinity yet. Are you gonna? Are you gonna? Are you gonna? Fang and Claw, if I'm gonna paint Infinity, you better be painting Infinity, man. I'm not gonna be the only dumb son of a bitch painting metal models on Twitch. He says as he paints a metal model. Painting metal models for a war game. Jesus, it's like I got rocketed back into the 90s. It was you mentioning the new upcoming... Yeah, okay. Do you know what it's going to be called? The new Infinity Code 1 starter set? Because I'd like to put out like an alert on Miniature Market or something. Like, when you get it in, ping me, please. Rocketed back to the 90s. Goblin green square bases. Hell yeah. Dip them in flock and call it a day, baby. Goobertown was painting a Space Marine the other day. Maybe you can convince him to do a metal one with you. I don't know. I'm a little afraid to reach out to Goobertown for any content. Because I'll just start screaming into the microphone, prime your minis, prime them, prime the minis. Not only prime the minis, tell other people to prime their minis. What's wrong with you? No, I'm just kidding. Oh, Brent's an awesome dude. I would love to do some content alongside him at some point, but I feel like Brent of Goobertown Hobbies is just, he's on a completely different level of this hobby than I am. I would feel like a child. I would feel like this is, you know, take your son to work day or something like that. Operation Crimson Stone. Alright, I'm gonna have to look this up and put it on some wish lists. Kursala, thank you so much for the resub, man. Operation Crimson Stone. Alright, I'm gonna have to educate myself. I just figured because so much of what I'm doing for Warcaster seems like it will also work well for Infinity, I'd be remiss if I didn't dig into that a little bit. Particularly since they're doing a set that seems aimed directly at people like me who are interested enough in the game, but then looked at the rules and went, that's too many rules. It's too many rules. You just made those words up, White Wolf. Those aren't real things. Part of your attempt to get a joke over on Thunderhead. Yeah, I see. You're trying to make me say silly things that aren't really words. I'll have you know that I have been fooled before, sir. I am wise to your ways. See, now I know you're making it up. Because everything you're saying is absurd. Than usual. Felt the need to correct that. See, you're provoking Chaotic Harmony, and he's taking your joke to the dumbest possible extreme, and I want you to know that that is entirely your fault. 11 months, only 932 more till the Storm Chase with Carbonic Acid. How you doing today, man? Only 900 more until I do something I said I was gonna do. I am a bit of a liar. Bit of a liar. Just a bit, though. What I am, I'm easily distracted. I'm fairly whimsical when it comes to my painting. Carbonic Acid, thank you so much for that resub, man. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good one. I hope everybody is having as good a day as was ever possible, given whatever the particular circumstances of your day may be. Why you gotta rub it in, Verg? I'm a bad streamer. Fang and Claw, are you still in chat, buddy? I didn't ask you what you were painting today, but I'd like to know if you're still around. I only ask because I know I tend to raid and run just because, you know, I've just been streaming and I got other shit to do. What you working on, pal? Working on some Hero Forge. Oh, cool. For what? What did you have made? Or is it like commission work? Commission? Okay. Talk about how good MechWarrior 5 is. Oh, God. I feel like your wording is messed up there, Chaotic Harmony, because it's a forced compliment. It's a forced compliment. So if you go forced compliment MechWarrior 5, the implication is I have to compliment MechWarrior 5. But you're saying I have to talk about how good it is, and that's much more directed. And that's not a compliment that I can give to MechWarrior 5, honestly. My forced compliment can't be, MechWarrior 5 is good, because it's not. If I were going to compliment MechWarrior 5, Like, the easiest one I want to do is go, it's very pretty, but it's not really that pretty, and it looks about as good as MechWarrior Online, which already existed, so that's not real. I got it. It has some excellent voice acting. Some. The voice acting in general is not very good, but it has some excellent voice acting. And I can usually elaborate more on a forced compliment than that, but I gotta be honest, that's kind of the extent of what I've got. And I think you know, like, specifically the voice acting I'm talking about, because it's pretty much one guy. And it's someone we've discussed before, and you know that I am a fan of. Oh, there would be exclamation point STL is always going to get you that readout there, Fang and Claw. That is, I just today took the Delta base set from our Hextech Battletech terrain and updated all of the files. I cleaned them up a little bit. I added in magnet holes to the corridor connection points and the corridors themselves. I updated the buildings to connect using the new Hextech Universal hexed to hexless system that we're using to streamline our files. And now I am printing out a tester of the new mech bay. I'm always prototyping something. My backlog of things that I was like, I'm gonna print this one day, is now just like, it is a whole, it's a library, and it's a little embarrassing. Hamburg Tech, thank you so much for the reminder. Yeah, you're not wrong at all, Chaotic Harmony. Like, even that compliment isn't good, because I said there is some good voice acting, but even that's not true. There is a good voice actor who does voice acting in the game, not necessarily good voice acting. That's really the best I've gotten. Yes, it's Elias Tufexes. Sorry for the lurk. What? What are you apologizing for a lurk for? Lurkers are some of my favorite people. You never have to apologize for a lurk. You lurking is you doing me a favor. So I got something for you, Alchemagus. You ready? Thank you for lurking. When I got started, I used to have kind of like a, hey, are you lurking in chat? Come out and say hi attitude, but that's bullshit. I understand why people lurk now. Ask not for whom the lurker lurks, he lurks for thee. Plankwalker, one of my favorite lurkers. How you doing? Matt Yee, huge brain moves here. Oh, the irony is palpable. Could we get a shout out, by the way, from Matt Yee?
50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Matt Yee, a very, very talented painter and an amazingly entertaining streamer. I classify streamers here on Twitch in a lot of different ways. There are paint streamers who you watch because they are goddamn wizards of painting. There are some people like that. There are people who do very, very achievable paint jobs and just have a very welcoming community and a very, comforting voice. There are a few that I would classify that way. And then there are some that are just entertaining people who also do a good amount of painting. And the quality of that painting may vary. But Matt Yee's is very, very high quality, and he is a very entertaining person. He has a fantastic stream, and it is one that you should absolutely be following. If you are not yet. And if you are, that's cool, but if you're not, go drop him a follow right quick. How you doing today, Hamburg Tack? It's good to see you. Dropping that 100 robo bits just to keep things moving. Hamburg Tack, you have got to be one of the most prolific and generous contributors that we have here on the stream, and thank you so much for your support. It is always appreciated and never taken for granted. Guys, I want to ask you a favor. Everybody here in chat, everybody in the Discord, everybody out there doing your thing, I want to ask you a personal favor. And this is about to turn into some stupid jokes people are going to make based on the nature of what I'm going to say, and I just want you to know I'm already prepared for that. If I ever turn into, like, a real asshole, if I'm ever here on Twitch and I start to do things like, be like, wait, why won't you guys subscribe? It's just the cost of a cup of coffee. You should be subscribing. If you can't subscribe, you don't deserve to have my content. If I ever veer into that territory, if my ego ever goes truly fucking mad like that, like if I get drunk on the tiniest amount of popularity possible, yeah, cancel Thunderhead. Fucking just drop the hammer on me, please, because that's insane. And yet when I look around, I see it happening to people, and I'm like, they must have been a sensible person once. They must have been sane once. What happened to them? And I feel like there, but by the grace of God go I. So please don't let it happen. I suppose that's the kind of problem you should want to have, you know? Be popular enough to become an egomaniac. But it's not among my goals. Putting that on your resume. Yeah, you... I'm not a very good reference, Matt. Don't rely too heavily on that one. You're gonna call me up and be like, so, you know Matt, does he seem like a good worker? And I'll be like,
Is not.
give me a second, I need to hit this bowl, and then I'll let you know. Allow me to be a little egotistical, all the Battletech terrain you've created for us. You know, I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. I have worked very, very hard on that stuff, but you know, it's maybe this is more of a problem that I have than I'm really willing to accept and deal with, but I look outward, I look to other people's work, and I think other people are so much more talented than I am. Other people have been doing this longer, other people know what consumers want, other people have connected with the community more than I have, and I'm just like this pretender. And I realize that this is a similar feeling that a lot of us get around a lot of things, particularly artistic endeavors, the imposter syndrome, but I don't know, it's just hard for me to believe, you know? There's so many talented makers out there, there are so many names, so many artists, so many projects, and I feel like I'm just pretending. So I try to keep my head down, I try to keep my nose to the grindstone, and I try to focus on making things that I want to use because that seems to be what people like. Oh, you don't like the blurry mini? That was an intentional artistic choice, though. Hey, you, quit that. Thank you for Gatarung. I think it's just because I keep... See, this is what I mean. I need to... I'm gonna get together with Wandering XP and see if we can't fix my depth of field issues, because I do this. It's just been, like, I think maybe I'll be more comfortable with it as more time goes by. It's just that a lot has happened in the last year, and it's sometimes kind of hard to believe how much. I will say something that, on the note of feeling good, about something that I've done. And in fact, well, you know what, guys? We're gonna do something. You know what, chat? We're gonna fucking do something. Are you ready for this? If you feel like participating in chat, participate in this with me, okay? I feel good about something that I've done recently. I feel accomplished about something that I've done recently. In the last month, I have been very productive. In the last month, I have taken on a handful of brand new projects, something in fields and using techniques that I've never used before, and I feel, done a pretty good job at those things. I have had a good month. I have created things that are worthwhile, I have pushed myself, and I have built new skills. I feel good about this. I feel that no matter what other people think about it, I have improved myself. What about you? There's something. There's something for each and every one of you. It doesn't have to be recent. But what's something that you feel good about in your work? What's something you've done, something you've painted, something you've made? It doesn't even have to be artistic. Maybe it's something that you built around the house. Something you started. Maybe it was a personal resolution. Maybe you started meditating recently and you've kept to it. What's something you've done lately that you feel good about, that you can let yourself feel good about, that you can take a minute out of your day and go, yeah, you know what? Whatever else there is in my life, that was a good thing. So chat, I want you to take a minute and find that good thing. And I want you to dwell on it. Because you deserve to. Because we all deserve to be our own cheerleaders, at least. You've done none of those. You've done something. Drakari, come on. There's something, man. There's something you can let yourself feel good about. Big or small, it doesn't matter. As a musician and painter, I can tell you talent is almost a myth. There are some with talent, but nearly all, except the odd one here and there, have learned skill is nothing given... skill, nothing is given, all is earned. Okay, I see. You are a talent for sure, and I, for one, am glad to be here. Alchemagus, thank you so much for saying so. I personally agree. I tell people, there are prodigies out there. There are people who, they go, oh, this is a new thing I'm trying. Let me pick it up and try it out. Woo, I'm really, really good at it, and I do crazy experimental things. Those people exist. They're 1 in a fucking million, if that. And no one should ever bet on being one of those people. Most of us are not those people. Most of us have to work. And that work makes it all the more worthwhile. The Square feels pretty good about doing Tiger Stripe camo. Hell yeah. The fact that every post PGI makes is someone going after them about my ban. See, this is fine too. In Toxic Harmony's case, it is overt toxicity that he's proud of. But we all have our own individual goals. It's not toxicity. PGI have been a bunch of assholes. I just like fucking with Chaotic. Really, though, that it is good to know that the community sees the bullshit that has been perpetrated there. Carbonic acid has been growing the Battletech community. Got a tournament at a convention going. Hell yes. Hamburg Tack relearned how to cook. Tried new recipes you would never have tried in the past. That's growth. That's growth. Let me modify my request. It doesn't even have to be something that you feel great about, that you're like amazed with yourself over. That's not the point. It's something that I want you to feel good about, but the real core here is growth. How have you grown? Because, guys, growth is life. Change is life. Stagnation is death. That's not to say we don't stagnate. Sometimes we do. And if you're sitting there thinking about this right now, and the thought is overwhelming you that you haven't grown, the thought is sticking with you that you have done nothing but stagnate, I want you to stop. And I want you to realize that we all go through that. I want you to know that stagnation is a cycle we get into, and it's temporary. You're not stuck there. It might seem that way, but you're not. You can get out of it too. You gotta give yourself a chance. Finished a complete model in under 25 hours? Hell yeah. Chaotic Harmony, the ethereal that you painted recently, I got a chance to see some of those pictures, man. Yeah, you did a fantastic job on it. Alchemagus completed a project that you spent a year and a half on, something you wanted to do when you were younger, let it go and found it again during all meh. Came back and rediscovered a confidence you'd lost and a part of yourself that was missing. That is fucking fantastic. It's important that we set achievable goals for ourselves. And that's not, like, people use that jokingly sometimes as a way of saying, oh, lower your standards, up your average, but that's not what I'm saying. Setting unachievable goals is a form of self-sabotage. And when we get into cycles of depression, which many people suffer from, many people suffer from, if it's something that you suffer from, I want you to know that you're not alone. You're not even alone in this chat. But in those cycles of depression, one of the ways that we keep ourselves there, one of the ways that our mind sabotages us, is by deciding that the only way we're going to get out of it is by meeting impossible goals. That the only way we're going to get out of it is if we fix everything tomorrow. Tomorrow's the day I'm going to do everything right. I'm going to stop all my bad habits. All at once, cold turkey. I'm going to resume all my good habits all at once. I'm going to learn the clarinet. I'm going to read 12 books. I'm going to finish all my work, and it's all going to be tomorrow. It's not helpful. It's not. That's the depression brain speaking. Setting impossible goals. Setting yourself up for failure, because nobody's ever going to do that. Can it be done? Sure. A lot of things can be done. That doesn't mean you're going to do them. There's nothing wrong with taking just one thing and doing it right tomorrow. Just one thing. There's nothing wrong with faltering on the way. As long as you keep trying. Preparing a 300mm Mecha Godzilla STL you bought 2 days ago to... Oh, yes, that counts. That's fucking awesome, Drakari. This too shall pass. Good times to heart, let the bad times go. Nothing is permanent. And I want to share with you one nugget that helps me, and this part may not help you. This may just help me, because I'm a little bit of a dark-minded person, and because I'm a little nihilistic. Nihilistic isn't accurate. It's not. I don't believe in nothing. I just believe very strongly that we must invest the universe with meaning ourselves. But I will share just one thing with you that may not be inspirational to you at all. It's just something that helps me. And if it helps you, then that's good too. And it is kind of a dark thought, so don't dwell on it if you don't like it. I take comfort in the knowledge that nothing matters. In the grand, universal sense of the word. I and this seems like maybe a departure from what I was just talking about, but I say this because I find it freeing. I take great comfort in the knowledge that according to most of our scientific models, no matter what we do as a species over the next 100,000, 200,000, several million, billion years, eventually the entire galaxy, the entire universe possibly, will be overcome with entropy. And everything will be cold and dark everywhere. And it seems like a depressing thought. But in a way, it's also freeing. It's not that nothing means anything. It's that the only meaning there is in the universe is the meaning that you give to things. And that is a power unlike any other. The universe may have no meaning on its own, but the things you do have meaning because you decide they do. And what is that if not power? So forgive yourself. Relax. Embrace the fact that it's not going to matter in a billion years. And live your life. Because as far as I know, you only get the one. Now's the time to live it. So I should go rob a bank. That's exactly what I'm saying, Catacarmony. That is exactly what I'm saying. Go rob a bank right now. No, don't rob a fucking bank. What's wrong with you? I'm sorry if I just depressed anybody. I'm just sharing what works for me. You may take more comfort from a more traditional, spiritualistic notion that there is an inherent meaning to life and to things in the universe, and if that does comfort you, then seek that out. I will warn you, you're probably not going to get that here, because I don't believe it. Just don't clip that, share it with the cops. Shit! My mods are supposed to stop me from saying things like this. So in this ever-collapsing / expanding meaningless universe, I ask you, has there ever been a better time to paint robot models? And I propose the answer is no. Now, see, I don't want you to take that in the direction of mindless
Studio,
anarchy.
we specialize in turning your
sister.
shame into more shame.
Lots more shame, because why not, right? I will say that life is too short to dwell on your mistakes as much as people like to. Life is too short to keep looking at projects and saying, I can never do that. Life is too short to go look at how people paint a model and go, well, but not me. I'm never going to paint a model like that. You can. You have that ability too. Life is too short to let fear of failure hold you back from anything. Something I like to ask myself when I'm trying new things, and I find myself worrying about, but what if I do it wrong? I like to ask myself, what's the worst case scenario if I try and I fail? Like, really, what is the worst thing that can possibly happen if this goes wrong? And sometimes the answer is, well, things can actually go wrong and it can be bad, and okay, you should consider that. But a lot of the time, if you really ask yourself that question, you're going to find that the answer is, well, nothing, really. If I try and I fail, I'll feel dumb for a few minutes, and then nobody will remember it afterwards, and then I'll try again. What color am I painting? So this is Scale 75 Birch, mixed with just a touch of Pro Acryl Dark Warm Gray. is going over a base coat of that same dark warm gray. Well, I'm eating beans, so all I know is tonight is going to be noisy. Well, that's a good segue, isn't it, from everything that I've been talking about? Let's talk about WJ farting. Yeah, that seems reasonable. We'll have a nice, just a nice little change of pace. How you doing, WJ? I don't know, I feel like I might have gotten a little too existential there. I apologize if I did. That's just how I think about things. I really like birch as far as working in warm, pale colors in general. It has a remarkable utility to it. I found myself mixing it with a lot of different colors to get different effects. It's very versatile. I'm putting it on very thin. Probably thinner than I need to, but this is just how I paint sometimes. What did I say to you, though? It chopped out. I don't remember. What did I say? What was I responding to? Time is short, do what you want. Oh, I was saying, Riot Sister, don't go full fucking anarchist. That was not the intention of what I was saying. You should still consider the needs, wants, and well-being of others when you decide to do or not do things. We should all abide by the golden rule, ladies and gentlemen. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This is one of the most important principles of my life. That and everything Jean-Luc Picard ever said. Is that birch I'm using now? Yes, Kursala. This is birch with just a touch of dark warm gray. And then quite thinned out. As a first layer highlight. And I'm probably doing this more granularly than I strictly need to, but this is how I get this kind of warm, bony tone that I've been using for the armor on my Eternus Continuum. Oh, metal models. When you have flashing, you have a lot of flashing. Can I see a close-up? Kind of like an eggshell, but moving more towards brown and a little bit away from white. Tea, Earl Grey, hot. I could go for some Earl Grey right now. I really could. Is there a filament you recommend buying or a place you recommend buying it from? Drakari, right now, there is actually a good answer to that. I would check out GST3D. They are I believe, a Miami-based firm. I think they get their filament from, like, Brazil. I don't know if they're making it from, like, the shattered dreams of Amazonian tribesmen or whatever. They're getting their material very cheaply, though, at this particular moment. Oh, Hamburg Tack, thank you. I do need that periodically. and they have a sale on right now. I think it's still going, where it's like 10 spools for $120, something like that. And I cannot recommend that enough. I have about 30 spools of their stuff right now. It's not the best filament I've ever had, but I'll tell you, for $10 a spool, it's pretty damn good. I agree with you, WJ. Yeah, you have to be confident enough in your cooking to try new things. I can be a bit of a dogmatic recipe adherent at times myself, but it's mostly just because I don't trust my own knowledge of foods and flavor combinations, and I defer to other, more knowledgeable people. To Square, thank you for the reminder.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Random piece of hair on my brush, that's not helpful. Yeah, the depth of field is super duper narrow. If I move up or down too much, it gets unfocused. I think this is the next problem I'm endeavoring to fix as part of this stream. It's just because when I paint, I find myself moving up and down a lot more lately than I used to, I feel like. Yeah, if I get like whoom, whoom, or yeah, if I move. And a lot of that is because the fulcrum, the point of rotation for rotating the Mini, is all the way down here. So if I rotate it a little bit, it's actually moving it quite a lot. Well, it's something that we're going to endeavor to fix. There are methods. We're always working on something on this stream. Always working on something. Always making improvements. Always striving to be better than we were the day before. Not always succeeding. But I don't think that the measure of a man lay in his successes, but more in his attempts. Maybe that's just a really easy way to feel good about how many times I fail at things. I don't know, the jury's still out on that one. Warning 44! Making me drink some water, keeping me hydrated today. Thank you so much for the reminder.
And so I painted on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
No metallics. No metallics. I've just not been in a very metallic-y mood lately. I've been doing really, really simple non-metallic metal patterns, and it's been working out pretty decently so far. These days it really depends on the scale of whatever it is that I'm painting. Leaning more into metallics at smaller scale just because it's easier to sell, you know? They're running their sale. See, I wasn't sure because I knew it was a St. Patrick's Day sale. I wasn't sure if it was still going on. But it appears that it is. So yeah, if you're looking for filament, I can recommend GST3D. I've had a bad order from them where I ordered 10 rolls of black and they sent me 10 rolls of silver. And they got it, they fixed it by just saying, okay, keep the filament you got, we'll send you 10 more rolls of the color that you ordered. And that was an ideal outcome for me. And all the filament that I've gotten from them has been relatively high quality. Their spools are remarkably low quality, but I don't really give a shit about the spool. The spool doesn't need to be that nice. The filament has been just fine. Not the highest quality filament I've ever used, mind you, but pretty good. For the price, damn good.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's
Glorbing
not like
with
we're
a
trying
purpose.
to get inside the lines or
With
anything.
a purpose, of Coral. That's going to be my least popular clip of all time, Iberben, is the one time you clip where I'm saying something marginally profound. People are going to be like, ah, it's boring. Nobody gives a shit. And I can't say that they're wrong. But Iberben, I appreciate the attempt, my friend. How are you doing today? Literally ran O'Coral out of the stream. It's the last time I'll make that mistake. Wait, what happened? O'Coral. Oh, I see. O'Coral, you have a good night, man. Thanks for being here. It's always a pleasure to see you in chat. Sorry, I'm not as talkative tonight as I often am. Really hoping to get some work done here. I'm trying not to muss anything up too bad while I'm at it. Romeo words. Romeo Void, you have a fantastic night. As always, it's great to see you when you stop in, man. And I hope the rest of your night is just great. Just great. Got the second shot today. Unusually cold. Skin feels a little itchy. Kind of want to take it off and leave it in a pile on the floor. Also, my eye itched earlier and I licked it. But otherwise, I'm doing great. Just, you know, going a little insane. The good news is, Iberben, I think as you mentioned, we got the same shot. So we'll probably evolve into the same type of lizard person. And that's cool. We'll be able to, you know, be side by side in the inevitable lizard-person war. I need to mix myself a little bit of fresh paint. I did not put down enough earlier. Where did my birch color go? Why do I do this to myself? I just put bottles in random places around me as I paint. As it turns out, is a useless system. There we go. Yeah, fuck those Johnson & Johnsonoids, am I right? I hope so, Riot Sister, because I would hate for us to wind up on opposite sides of the mutant lizard wars that are obviously upcoming. Almost like you need another paint rack, maybe a smaller, temporary one that you can use while streaming. I was gonna mention that I had seen what you were working on there, Kursala, and thought it was a cool idea, and then I was gonna be like, you know, I've already made something kind of like that, but in this particular context of you mentioning it after me complaining about losing track of my paint while I'm painting, I do suddenly kind of see the genius of it. So well played, world. Well played. And you're not wrong, I could actually use like a small one that I just use, like this one is for the paints that I'm actually using right now. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. Fantastic, Riot Sister. We will be the same form of lizard person, then. When the 5G towers turn on and start sending our brain signals, we'll be receiving the same one. I'm very excited about this. That's my secret, Kursala. I always peek. Yours is just near the top, and I can't help but see it when I switch over before I start the stream. Ion Raptor, good to see you. Don't think it's open for you yet. Guys, give me 1 second. I need to take a quick bio break, and I am going to grab some more water, and I will be right back. And we'll keep going. It looks like we've got about 45 minutes until we do the storm report, so if you want to get your photos in for us to take a look at right here on the stream, please be sure to do that right over on the Discord. I will be back momentarily. And we're back. Just like that. Just that quick. Alright. Back to work. On this little zappy mage lady. I really kind of like the role of these, why did I just forget? Weavers. In the context of Warcaster, because you have a hand of cards, like spells that you can cast while you're playing the game. Oh, why is my nose so itchy? Oh my god. Quality streaming. You have these combat spells that you can play from your hand. And a lot of them are stuff that just affect the flow of the game, like, you know, take an activation token off the unit meeting these qualifications, or, you know, this unit gets to fire twice this round, stuff like that, which you can just sort of cast. You just play the card at the right time, and you can use the ability, called ciphers. But the combat ciphers, the ciphers that skizap, shoot lightning bolts, or blow people up, or anything that targets someone violently, has to come from a weaver. They're like a little focus point, and you shoot energy down to them, and they direct that energy at somebody else. You have these like mage characters that get to use your spells. Thunderdome Drew with a nice long woo. How you doing, Thunderdome Drew? Thunderdome Drew, by the way, whose amazing war grips are what I have been using lately to paint. I've fallen very naturally into using these things. There was a little bit of a learning curve. I know those of you who watched me start with these probably heard me going, oh, they're kind of heavy. They're kind of heavy. I complained about that once or twice, but once you start using it, the weight is actually really quite reassuring. It's got a nice, solid grip to it, and then when you set your model down, there's no worry at all that this thing's going to tip or get knocked over. It has a nice solid thunk to it. And one of the advantages I've realized lately, Thunderdome Drew, of this material that you use is that I can slop paint all over it, and it cleans off so easily. It always comes off. I can scratch it off with a fingernail, I can take a little bit of solvent to it, and it just comes right off. These things are incredibly durable and so cool looking. And yeah, they look a little bit like something that you might buy at a head shop, too. So that's fun. Very quality. Much strim. Like Chaotic Harmony would know anything about quality streaming. Like the guy with the 1,300 followers needs to impress Chaotic Harmony. Okay, I'm gonna shut up. Anyway, Thunderdome Drew, very, very good to see you. Thank you for getting that shout out. By the way, Riot Sister, ladies and gentlemen, if you are not following Thunderdome Drew, and you enjoy not only a quality painter, but an energetic and involving paint streamer who is always happy to answer questions and give surprisingly detailed and high-quality answers to your curiosities about miniature painting, you need to be following Thunderdome Drew. Go give that man a follow. Check out his next stream when you get the chance. And check out his war grips. I really do like these. Painting handles in general have sort of come into vogue in the last, 5 years or so. But finding the one that's right for you is often a challenge. And I agreed to take these on. These were gifted to me by Thunderdome Drew. And to give them kind of an honest review and try. And my honest review is, after a very short period of time, they became my default painting handle, and I don't know what I can say about them that is more complimentary than that. FLGS carried Warcaster for like a month, and now it's on clearance. Yeah, Soda Addict, it's having some trouble taking root, but the thing about it is, and the reason that I'm into it, is I think that's going to change. It has been very, very difficult to keep games going throughout 2020, and this game launched last year through Kickstarter. The thing that gives me hope is that the Kickstarters have been very successful. and they have a lot more content planned. This is a game that they have a couple years of content planned ahead of time that they seem very, very bound and determined to release. And the most important factor, Soda Addict, is that this is one of the most fun and involving sci-fi skirmish or war level games that I have played in a long time. Like, I really, really genuinely enjoy the gameplay. I'm not just kind of forcing myself to play it because I like the models like I have done with some games. And I think that once COVID has calmed down somewhat, once the more and more vaccines are going out and more people are able to play at their friendly local game store, I firmly believe that Warcaster will find its footing, because it really, really has a lot going for it. That, and once they make the shift to making more resin models, which is something they're actively doing. Because I won't fault anybody for being turned off by metal models. I am too. But the fact that I hate metal models as much as I do, and yet I'm here painting them, should tell you something about the game. That is, of course, if you trust my opinion at all. But you may not. How you doing, Soda Addict? How have things been with you? You know, it's funny, it's something that I actually try very hard to ignore when I'm playing games, is not just the meta that we think of in the sense of, like, what's good in the game, you know, metagaming, but the meta in the sense of what's selling, what's popular. That's much greater concern, I think, for a lot of people, just because, you know, you don't want to get into a game if you're not... If you're going to have to be the evangelizer for it, and you're going to have to make people play it, I totally understand why people don't want to be that guy. But I tend to just play games. Like, if it exists, I'm gonna play it for the most part. And if I like it, I'm gonna buy it, and I'm gonna try to convince people to play with me. I don't know, it's the kind of gamer that I am. In this case, Hethrir was the evangelizer who got me to play it, and it only took a couple of games for me to go, yes, I want to play this game. I don't care. I don't care if this isn't the next War Machine. I don't care if Privateer Press doesn't necessarily get the insane popularity they had when War Machine was at its peak. I am going to play the fuck out of this game for as long as they're going to support it. Because good gameplay is rare. And just being able to get a game, a guaranteed game like you get with Warhammer 40k, in my opinion, is not necessarily worth that much if the game sucks, which, in my opinion, Warhammer 40k kind of sucks as a game. The actual gameplay of it is, boring. I don't know. And maybe that's because I do play as many games as I do, because if you don't play a lot of war games and you pick up 40k, it's like, yeah, this is how war games are, and I'm having a good time. And it won't be for, like, unless it becomes like a major hobby, it won't be for years until you get to a point where you've played enough to go, you know, there are better rules out there. It doesn't have to be like this. 40k, the self-perpetuating game. It doesn't have to be like this. There are good rule systems out there. Rule systems that are more fun and more engaging, and in my opinion, this is one of them. I also evangelized Rune Wars for a good long time, a game that Fantasy Flight Games put on the altar of Star Wars and sacrificed to the mouse, which I'm still bitter about, by the way. Still bitter about. What is this particular model, Riot Sister? Damn, I didn't update my model command. Yeah, that's not it. That's not it, Riot Sister. That's a good ad for Metalcore Collectibles, if you're interested, which is somebody you should be checking out. This specifically is an Eternus Continuum Immortal Weaver. Personally enjoy 40k 9th, but it could be better, no argument. Yeah, I think 9th is an improvement. There are just so many archaic concepts that 40k is stuck in. Just stuck in. That it doesn't seem to be able to get away from, no matter how many editions they go through. The biggest one for me is I Go, You Go gameplay. I hate it. I hate it. I didn't, and that's the thing. That's why I try to remain so open-minded for people and their opinions on wargaming, because it didn't bother me until I played something else. I Go, You Go gameplay seemed like, well, this is the norm, this is how games are played, and then I started playing, like, Bolt Action and Beyond the Gates of Antares, and I was like, wait a second, hold on, slow down. We don't have to activate all of our models at once. And once you see how that affects the game, I almost can't go back. I can't. I've tried really, really hard. I have been like, alright, I'm getting back into 40k, and I've built whole forces and taken them to play, and like built the whole force before I even played any of the latest edition. Just built the force because I know the game well enough, I know I'm gonna be able to play it. Okay, let's build it, let's play, let's go. And I get an hour into a game, and I'm just like, I don't care. I don't care what's going on. I don't feel like I, as a player, am making decisions that matter. I feel like I made all the decisions that matter when I built my force. I feel like I made all the decisions that matter when I was fucking around on Battlescribe 6 hours ago. I don't feel like what I'm doing in the game on a turn-by-turn basis is making enough of a difference for me to care. But then another thing that needs to be recognized, and this is something that gets lost in the mix far too often when people start comparing game systems or saying, this game system's better, this game system's worse, is we're all playing these games for different reasons. And we take very different things away from the experiences. That's why you get people who are like, I would never play tournament games, and people who will only play tournament games, because you have to understand that their enjoyment is different than yours. This is a subject that Chaotic Harmony was trying to broach in an interview type situation that he did recently, that he didn't seem to be able to make someone understand, and I'll tell you, Chaotic, I was listening to it and I was very frustrated by it. That, like, I'm glad you're having fun playing the game that you're playing. And I'm not trying to say you're wrong for enjoying the game the way that you enjoy it, but I am trying to make you understand that just because you enjoy something while playing a game doesn't mean that that is the same enjoyment I take away from that same game when I play it. That there are things I'm maybe trying to do that are different from what you're trying to do. And for whatever reason, the person that he was talking to really just couldn't get this through their head. They were like, yeah, but you can have fun like I have fun. And it's like, no, I can't. We're different people, man. Feel the opposite about Ninth. Am I an Infinity player? So, Gative, I might be. This new Infinity... what is it? 0 hour Infinity Code Midnight? Infinity... Operation Fuckstorm, what's it called? Somebody knows. It's probably not the last one. Code 1. Oh, that's so much simpler. Yeah, Infinity Code 1. I'm thinking about giving that a try with the upcoming box set that I guess they're releasing that I've been told of. That, and I gotta be honest with you, I'm kind of just done with 40k's lore. Like, I totally get why people get into it, it's just that I've been into it for so long, I've seen it change so much that I'm just like, I don't know, it's, I'm not as into it. I'm tired of it. It's all so over the top all the time. Don't the Weavers look like wizards? Hive wizards from Destiny, Cat? When all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, and when all you play is Destiny, everything looks like a crazy Destiny monster. I guess I could see it a little bit in, like, the headpiece. In the psychokinetic hood that she wears. Operation Fuckstorm was only released in Japan, unfortunately. We Westerners always get shafted on those releases, don't we? The only people that I feel are having wrong bad fun are those that enjoy making games hell for other people. And this is an interesting thing for you to bring up, Ion Raptor, because this is the other side of that coin. And this is a realization that I came to a few years ago while playing Rune Wars, the miniatures game. Because I was playing that with a friend of mine who we take different sorts of enjoyment from games. But in the right system, what we found is some of the most fun we ever had playing games were when games... I don't know what this song is, and I don't want it to play anymore. This is like, I like the whole 80s retrospective thing, all-night instrumental by Prism, but that's a bit much. That's a bit much. Why don't we go to a more relaxed and sensible song like Laser Commando? Okay, that's better. I enjoy playing my opponent, and this is the thing, too. You need an opponent who wants the same thing out of the game as you. It's something that's surprisingly easy to get when you go to tournaments, because most people who show up to tournaments know what they're in for. They know the kind of player they're going to be encountering. They know the possible options. It's not just going to be a game for fun. Okay, we're playing a win, and that's the fun we're having. I get that. But in wargaming in particular, I think it is vital for you to be sure that the person across the table from you wants the same thing out of the game that you do. Because like I said, me and this other person, he's in chat every now and then, he goes by Play and Win. We discovered after playing Beyond the Gates of Antares and Rune Wars the Miniatures game that what we really enjoyed when we were across the table was playing each other, and it almost didn't matter what the game was as long as the game was tight enough to facilitate the decision making that we enjoyed so much. But we used to play Rune Wars, and we would because in Rune Wars it runs a lot like X-Wing, where your units have a dial. In this case, it was a dial with 2 dials on it that was a move and a modifier. And then as the round started, you would go to a unit and you would reveal the dial and you would execute the move and the modifier on the dial. So you had to decide what you were doing before the round actually started. He and I would play each other before the game even began. The moment that you could start putting down terrain and affecting the battlefield, we were playing each other. The moment that someone chose a terrain token to put down, we were playing mind games. We would take the dial that we were setting for our unit and do silly ass things like I would literally, by the way, terrain, the 34th, just passing by to wish everyone a good stream. Terrain, thank you so much for that resub, man. Thank you so much. Sorry you can't stick around, but you know the VOD will be here, and I hope that you can pop in and hang out on another chat, man. I would do things like set a dial, wait for him to set all his dials, and then pick up almost a dial completely at random, and I would rotate it a few times, I'd put it back to where it was, and I'd put it down. And I'd do it just because I know that could make him doubt himself, that could make him, and every now and then he'd be like, and he'd pick up a dial and he'd modify it because he saw that I was reacting to what he was doing. And this would go on sometimes for a little while, but man, we had fun doing it. But what I'm really trying to say here is that for my personal enjoyment, I like games where my decisions matter, where every little decision carries weight and could potentially influence a major outcome over the course of a round. And I do not feel that in Warhammer 40k. I don't. Warhammer 40k for quite some time has just been a game of raw statistics. For like most of the time in 40k, I can look at 2 players' lists before the game starts and pick who's gonna win. And I just don't have fun with those games. I get uninvolved. I start checking my phone. I want the game to be over more quickly, as opposed to games where I'm like, on the edge of my seat for every single turn. But again, the important thing to take away from this is you need a player who wants the same things that you do. And we had so much fun doing it. I would not play a game like that, like we did with Rune Wars, with a lot of players, because they would get annoyed. They would just want the game to go on. They wouldn't enjoy the mind games, but oh, we enjoyed the mind games. Water gets real muddy when you play a Magic the Gathering against a blue player whose entire deck is built around making sure you don't get to play the game. Yeah, that is kind of blue's focus in a lot of cases. The only way I get justifiably miffed about it is if the player is being an annoying jerk about enjoying making sure you don't actually get to... Yeah, I mean, there are players out there who is just like, no matter what they get out of the game, I don't want to play with them. And that's why I have very, very stringent policies about forfeiting in certain circumstances. There are things a player can do, ways a player can act, attitudes that they can espouse, attitudes about checking rules that they can have that just make me go, you know what, you win, and I fucking quit. And congratulations, you take the tournament, because I don't care at a certain point. I want to have fun. Don't we all? Isn't that why we're playing games? Winning is not it. Winning against a player that I respect. Yes, that's something. But not just playing the game against any random person. If you just want to play a game and you just love the rules and it doesn't matter who you're playing against, I feel like there's a huge environment for that online. With PC and console games. That is what it caters to. But if we're playing the tabletop gaming experience, who you're across the table from should matter. Otherwise, you're wasting the whole... What makes the format special, you know? Watch Winter's SEO on YouTube. Seen that guy play games against lists that I could have bet money on him losing, and somehow he pulls a win. It does sound impressive. Oh, you got a question? You got a question, WJ? Let me see. Will your RPG group ever play Call of Cthulhu / Delta Green on a stream? Being former military, I'd love to play Delta Green or Call of Cthulhu with hired guns that have experience / training. No plans for that specifically, WJ. I will tell you that I'm not familiar with Delta Green. I assume that it's kind of more of a modern military-style role-playing game. I would let you know that that style of game does not interest me in the slightest. As a player or as a DM, I'm very much into far more fantastical concepts, usually. Call of Cthulhu is something I could potentially get into. I don't know how well I would do DMing that. I've seen a couple of games from it, and it can be good depending on the DM, but man, you gotta know your shit to keep it interesting. I always feel like if I was trying to make it up on the fly as I DM'd a game of Call of Cthulhu, you would inevitably wind up in games where it's like, you round a corner and you encounter, and I just roll a d10, a square with 5 sides. Like, I'm not really sure how I'd run that. Cthulhu Punk. Ooh. Wonderful episode on negative play experience in Age of Sigmar. A lot of it was specific to that game, but much of it was also broadly applicable. Yeah, I mean, most of those rules should be broadly applicable. A bad game is a bad game. And good players can have fun playing almost anything. I say almost anything, because sometimes games just suck, and it's really hard to have a good time playing them. But like, you guys know the type of player who something goes wrong for him, and suddenly the game sucks and the rules are wrong, and that's why he's losing. Like, that guy, I just don't play with him. I tried. There was a dude who was like that, who I really tried to just get along with and continue playing with, because he wasn't a bad dude, he was just socially inept. But, oh my god, does it ever get draining. This game is stupid because this thing I wanted to do didn't work. Like, no, that's not why, man. That's not why. Best game I've ever played in my life was our Death Collar Disco mirror match. That was a good game, We're the Gamers. That was... yeah. We wound up pretty evenly matched a time or two there. Death Collar Disco. That was a good list. I miss Rune Wars. It was such a good game, and it's just dead now. FFG murdered it in its sleep. It never even had a chance to get out of bed. I managed to waste a lot of time chatting while painting, but you know what? As long as I get something done, I feel pretty good about it. I think I can get one more round of highlighting done. I haven't played Magic the Gathering in a long time. I was really into it for quite a while in my early teens. Just because it was one of the first games I was introduced to, but like my brothers were into Magic the Gathering, so I got into Magic the Gathering necessarily, and I played it for a long time during high school because you could always get games of it. I quickly shifted to Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! I enjoyed those games more, I think, when I was active in them. But in general, I had to get out of the trading card game just because I transitioned very quickly to miniatures games, and I just have never looked back. I have enjoyed some card games in the last few years, but it was mostly just because it was like a communal experience and the people I was playing with I really liked, not so much for the game. When Star Wars Destiny came out, Iberben got me started on that, and we had a pretty good run of really, really enjoying that game and playing with some very cool people.
Remember treasures of the forgotten past.
FFG co-op games have all been super solid. Yeah, that's what they're best at, honestly. Really looking forward to playing the army you're painting right now. Yeah, getting your ass stomped by the army I'm painting right now. And don't you dare try to make me feel bad about killing those marchers. I love the story associated with them. And I love the paint job you're doing with it, and I love that you're carrying that on. Man, if you try to guilt trip me for destroying them, I'm gonna be mad. Because I'm still going to blow them up. That said, I don't think I realized that was the army you were doing that with, and it's actually even cooler that I got to contribute bases for that, Hethrir. And that is just an awesome, awesome thing to do in memory of a good friend. What about Old Hammer Fantasy Roleplay? I never got into that. Oh, that's nice, Riot Sister. Jesus Christ, White Wolf. I'll have you know that I won both of the skirmish games that we played when we were up in the mountains together. I think you're probably going to bring your ISA for me to stealth hack to pieces with my fucking fusion saws. At least that's what I hope. Need to try and find a Marcher's box. Look great, needed a second team to host games for new people. Hell yeah, Soda Addict. Get more people playing. I'm in an ambidextrous relationship now, so now I get rejected left and right. Jesus, Roland, that's terrible. Oh, see, that's a nice personal story then, Riot Sister. And an understandable personal reason to be invested in the game. And see, if you and I were close enough right now to sit across a table regularly and play games of Magic the Gathering, there's a solid chance that I would still play it. Because for me, games like... One of the reasons that I got as much into... Like, I love this game that we're painting for now, Warcaster. It's a fantastic game. And had I discovered it on my own, I likely would have gotten into it anyway. But one of the big reasons that I feel as comfortable as I do, kind of going in on it like I have, is I know that no matter what happens, Hethrir is going to play with me. And this is a solid excuse, as far as I'm concerned. Ultimately, I'm into it because Hethrir and I are going to play the ever-loving crap out of it. You know, Datron, yeah, a couple of people are having issues with subbing today. I don't know what that is. The good news is that subscribing to the stream is far from the most important thing that you can bring to this stream. Just having you here is more than good enough. I appreciate the thought. I need to thin this a little bit more. This is the bright warm gray from Pro Acryl that I'm using right now, by the way. Return to Ravnica. I have no idea what's going on in Magic the Gathering right now. I think the last time I bought cards for it was when they did that Japanese set, and that was years and years and years ago. It was post, Mirrodin. It was the one with all the ninjas and shit. You know the one. I was really into Mirrodin. I thought Mirrodin was a cool setting and a cool set. Kamigawa, yeah, that was a long time ago. Yep. Yeah, in fact, the last time I really played Magic the Gathering, I would have been playing with Hethrir, so that's how long ago it was. I was really into Mirrodin. I thought Mirrodin was a very, very cool series of sets. I think the latest core set around that time was like 10th. Hey, Thick Mike! Guess my raid failed? Oh, that's terrible. No, that's just fine. Thick Mike, we don't keep you around for your raids, we keep you around for you. I hope you had a good stream, my friend. What'd you get up to? And thank you for getting that shout out. For old Thick Mike, a painting and sometime gaming streamer that if you're not following, you really should be. You really should be. Guys, I don't just tell you to follow anybody. I know that sometimes it seems like I do, because I'm like, follow this guy, follow that guy, follow the other dude, follow this person over here. But that's just because I've been incredibly, incredibly lucky in the relationships that I have built since I've started streaming on Twitch. I know some very, very good people, and Thick Mike is one of them. Fantastic streamer, fantastic painter. Please go give him a follow if you got some extras to give out, which I know you do. Got max headroom going on tonight. Video randomly stuttering. I'm sorry about that. I'm not doing max headroom on purpose. How you doing today, Amateur Paint Hour? Good to see you. Got into Scars of Mirrodin, but that's because I fucking stomped with the mirror. Oh, mirror stomping. Oh. The mirror were a fun concept. I like them. I like them almost as much as I like the Thralls back in the day. Crossbow roof. Get yourself some sleep, man. Because yeah, we'll be talking about this more later towards the end of the stream, once we get to the end of the stream. But yeah, we will not be having a stream on Thursday. Instead, we will be participating in the online CavCon for Talon Games going on this weekend. We'll be streaming Friday at our usual time, and I will be painting. I believe the plan is for me to paint some either 43rd White Knight Templars or some Red Corsairs Mercenaries. Either way, we're going to be painting some of the new Cav Strike Ops stuff from Talon Games. There is a game company composed of some truly fantastic and friendly people. I like all the people at Talon Games. They're great. Doing for our birthday. Regatta Rung, do we have the same birthday? Is this something that I should know and have forgotten because I'm an idiot? I'm getting a COVID shot. Oh, shit, that's right. Okay. Yeah, oh, man. I struggle to remember people's birthdays and the one that's super duper obvious, and because it comes up every time I mention Pedro Pascal and us being birthday twins, of course that's the one that I forget in the moment. Live streaming, ladies and gentlemen. When the fact that you have a bad memory is for everyone to see. Oh, yeah, I'm getting a shot for our birthday, forgot about it. He did. He did. It all comes back to me as soon as he mentions it. Makes you feel any better, Vergatarung? I forget that it's my birthday sometimes. But yeah, my second COVID shot is scheduled for that day, so I'm probably going to be just kind of conked out from what I've heard and from how the first shot affected me, which was not huge, but the next day it was enough to throw me for a bit of a loop. It's my birthday present to myself. I'm putting off what would be a birthday feast for a couple of weeks after that to give the vaccine a chance to kick in, but I'll tell you what I'm ultimately doing for our birthday, Brigada Rum. What I will be doing the second that it is permissible and acceptable to do so, I'm gonna go to a sushi bar, my favorite sushi bar here locally, and I'm gonna eat all the fish. I'm gonna eat all the fish. So many fishes. I'll eat some for you too, Verd. If you have a taco emergency, what number do you call? Locally, a place called the Happy Burrito. Gonna order one of those sushi boats? No, I'm gonna go in, so they have a happy hour there. 9-1. Oh no. Oh no, Roland. Oh god. 911. Jesus, that's. Ooh, that has caused like physical pain to read. I feel like the second you turn 30, you forget how old you are. Yeah, that's why I've been forgetting my birthday for the last like 4 years. Oh god, I'm gonna be 34. That's no good. That's no good. My age is wrong in my bio. What do I haven't updated my bio. What did I put there? Did I say I was like I'm 29 or something stupid like that? Did I say I was 30? Technically I am 30. It's just I'm also another 4 years older than that. Well, yeah, no, it's because I wrote that bio and then I had 2 birthdays. Wait until you're old enough you have to do math every time someone asks your birthday. Guys, why? Why is getting older a thing? Why can't I just be, like, spry and in my 20s forever? It's not fair. I mean, it is fair because everybody goes through it, but also it's not fair because I say so. It's not fair because it's happening to me. Every time I tell that story, though, of how I first got into minis, it becomes more poignant as I realize, and I think I've said this the last few times I've told that story, like, I go into the Games Workshop store, and I meet 2 men who I realize are basically just me now. For most of my life, I've been like, oh, these older bearded guys who seemed pretty cool and were really friendly, and they had all these minis, and they were good at, they painted stuff. And it's always been, a separate archetype, a separate type of person. And lately, when I tell that story, I'm like, and then there's these 2 guys, and they were probably my age, come to think of it, and they looked very much like me now. And they did the same things. And basically, I ran into myself. Yeah. And someone with a beard who loves minis, I feel called, yeah, we're the gamers, we fit into a particular archetype, man.
$99 bottles of paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
We're the Gamers, I feel like we realized early on, like, the biggest difference between you and I is largely our metabolism. That's the primary point of differentiation. Slowly turning into the old bearded guys at the shop. I can't prevent it. Endeavor to be the warm, friendly, welcoming type at least. Yeah, exactly. That's all you can do, is just don't be the gatekeeper, you know? I say this as someone who understands how easy and how tempting it can be to be the gatekeeper because it helps us define ourselves. But it's not healthy. It's not healthy. 30 seconds before he closes the storm report. Oh god! Oh my god! If there's a stereotypical guy, what's the stereotypical gal? The stereotypical gamer girl. That's a relatively new phenomenon in pop culture, and I don't know that we have a stereotype. Now, would you like to define the stereotype, Kat? Because we could do that. We could just talk about all nerd chicks relative to you. See, the stereotypical nerd guy thing is... It's both not fair, because there's a bunch of nerd guys, and it's also one of those where it's like, no, you walk into almost any game store in the country and you're going to find guys that look like me. I don't know exactly what it is. It's just like, you know, we all start losing our hair at a certain point, and we all start shaving our heads, and we all wind up wearing glasses, and we all grow beards, because it, you know, hides the neck flab that we're always telling ourselves we should get rid of. And to be fair, I feel like we grow beards for a variety of different reasons, but that's also a very common one. You did. Come to think of it, actually, We're the Gamers, there are some superficial similarities between your wife and between Riot's sister. Maybe there's something to this. It's the redheads, guys. Somehow it's the redheads that like playing our games. To hide the extra chins. They're only, I mean, they're not extra, they serve a purpose. Actually, I don't think my waddle is particularly bad right now, if I'm being honest. My nerd girl stereotype is married to my male friends. Oh, Roland. I feel like most of them have dyed red hair of some kind. That's right, Riot Sister. You're the only real one. You're the only one that counts. Hashtag not real redheads. Wasn't I just talking about gatekeeping? Let them aspire, for God's sake. Perception is reality, Riot Sister. Perception is reality. Oh, it's about storm report time. Let me finish what I'm doing and we'll roll right over into that. Ever get to play against your wife in Room Wars? I think that we played once briefly early on when she was still learning the game. We never got to go head to head when she had really found her feet. Skull Fairy is the stereotypical gamer girl. Is she? Well, we're trying to define what the stereotype is, though. It's fine by me, Roland. More for, you know, us. Oh, that's sweet of you, Riot Sister. I don't know what most people in this chat look like. I realized that the other day as I was like thinking of somebody and I was trying to picture them, and I realized I don't actually know what most of you look like. I know what a few of you look like because you're, you know, personal friends of mine, but mostly it's just names and like faces I've kind of built in my head out of reference points that are probably wildly inaccurate. Selfie Sunday? Let's not make this a thing. Let's not all dox ourselves all at once. Skull Fairy doesn't fucking care. Maybe that is the true thing that we should all aspire to, is not giving a shit. How you doing, Skull Fairy? You know how people roll up tubes of toothpaste to get all the paste out? Imagine you unrolled that tube and put hair on it. Jesus, soda addict. Come on, man. Jesus, she's beaten the Dark Souls. I haven't even beaten Dark Souls 1. To my credit, I haven't really put in that much of an effort, but that was because I was getting my ass kicked by the, like, opening intro levels. Also beaten Bloodborne. I've seen that one played. I only know what that one is or remember it because Daylight Gamer kept fighting these giant, murderous, infected pigs by shoving his entire arm up their ass, is what it looked like, and that was a little unsettling. I haven't even beaten The Surge. You're not wrong, Vergatarung. I'm bad about beating games, though. I used to beat games when I was younger. Now I just play them for a while and then lose interest and drift away to something else. I play games that you can't beat, like, you know, RimWorld. Games with no victory condition, just a whole series of loss conditions. Can't you just build a ship and leave the rim? I mean, you can, but I ignore that. You don't have to do that. I guess technically it does have a win state, I just never pursue it. It's like in Factorio, I never build the ships, I just make stuff. Alright, that is a good pause point because I've come up over the chest. I still need to do the gorget, shoulders, arms, backpack. I think one round of highlights after I finish this one, and then I can detail the reds and the blues. I'll probably call this one just about done. I think the second one's going to look better than the first one that I did. I really do. Yeah, we're going to do the Storm Report. We're going to do the Storm Report. Let me finish the booby plate. Thank you, Project Dark Fox. Gotta finish the boobs. Otherwise, what are we doing? What are we doing with our lives, guys, if we're not even finishing the boobs? Only almost 10 minutes late. That's really not bad for us, all things considered. You should feel special, Skull Fairy. You are. Really, though, I'm like, there's some families out there that I feel legit jealous of, And Skull Fairy and Riot Sisters, you know, might be one of them. Speaking of Riot Sister, that was the wrong button, and it totally ruined the effect. I'm gonna push the right button, and then it'll be funny again.
If you don't respect the
Gonna get cut off. What happened to the audio? Is the audio okay now? It just stuttered during the transition? Okay. I feel like a lot of that's gonna get fixed when we go over to OBS Live, because Slobs has just been glitching and glitching and glitching more and more, and it seems like it's getting worse. So yeah, we're gonna be moving away from that. It's also a resource hog compared to OBS Studio, I've noticed. Like bad, like real bad. You know, so I've been told, Skull Fairy, I try not to be too presumptuous. I'm considering myself on a probationary period contingent on the moment that you finally realize, like, oh, this was a bad idea, and I am expelled from the family. I am no longer Thunder Brother. At which point you won't have to file any extensive paperwork, because we'll still be in the probationary period. I just assume this is the inevitable outcome. Moved to standard OBS as of late. Yeah, Thick Mike. That's something that I'm working on getting done this weekend. I need to transition all of my Stream Deck commands over to that more. Let's take a look at what we've got in the Storm Report tonight. Up first from White Wolf, sneaking in with first place. Here's how the view was when starting to leave that previously posted black hole. Elite Dangerous sure can be pretty. It can be very pretty. It's a very pretty game. The visuals they focused on quite a lot, and I think it paid off. The best part, highest heat I hit the entire time was 56%. Oh yeah, engineering. Look at him go. Oh, you're very, very sweet, both of you. It is a very pretty game. They did such a damn good job with all the lighting effects and everything, and I mean, you really have to if you're gonna do a game like that. Because Elite Dangerous is, you know, miles wide and like an inch deep, though I hear that has been changing more, and eventually you might even drag me back into it. That is a fantastic looking ship, White Wolf. Oh my. Oh my. I don't know if you know how hard it is for me not to just roll right into sing once again with me, a strange duet. But I haven't sung in public for years, so we're not going to do that. The Phantom of the Opera in the classic style with the fucked up teeth in a little chibi form. Oh, this is exciting. This is exciting, Zombie Brush. Oh, look at his little fucked up, nappy little thinning hair and everything. Oh. This is nice work. I always note Zombie Brush's style when we take a look at his painting, but I think it lends itself particularly well to this character, picking out the teeth and the eyes. Just like that. How many times did I see that movie? At least 20. At least 20, Lord Hethrir. My power over you grows stronger yet. And though you turn from me to glance behind... No. We're not doing it. Okay? Because it grabs hold of some part of me deep down, and it compels me. It compels me, Zombie Brush Studios. Fantastic work. Really, really well done. Let's move on before that happens again. Here we have from Hethrir, the hero we deserve. Wait, what the fuck? It's a Frogman. Is this a character that I should know? No, don't. No, Iberben's not here right now. And he won't be clipping anything. I love the colors on this, Hathrir. The green to yellow transition. Is it a Batman scroll? It's Flugwug, but he's Batman. Who the fuck is Flugwug? Should I know this? The colors are fantastic, though. Oh god. What does this always happen? Always happens. Legeos Chica. Thank you so much for the raid. Raiding right towards the end of the stream. We are we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We got a little ways to go. But it's a Riot Quest model, so not okay. Yeah, I'm not at all current on Riot Quest or even the latter storyline of War Machine. But Likeos Chica? Like as in wolf? I'm getting that from the going on a wolf hunt chant. That this is the wolf Chica. I don't think I follow you. Very, very interesting. Let's have a look. Do we paint things? It seems like we might. Digital art and art commissions. Very, very interesting. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you a follow right there. Bing, bang, boom, and it's done. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you working on tonight? Leica as in wolf. Yes, haha! My mastery of the English language extends at least one layer deep. Fantastic. Mamoff sent us over here. Mamoff, thank you so much for the recommendation. Yeah, we are we are a miniature painting stream primarily, which is what we have been doing for the last several hours. We are right in the last part of the stream right now, which is a bit we do call the Storm Report, which is really just kind of a community art share and sort of review and project sharing section to kind of keep us all. I find sharing my art is a very helpful habit that I've gotten into since I've started streaming, and I try to encourage other people to do so. What are we printing on the 3D printer? So if you're ever curious, Toxemic Flower, you can hit !STL, and it will give you I don't know why I have that on cooldown. This shouldn't be on cooldown. It's a bay. It's a mech bay for BattleTech is ultimately what it is. Yeah, it's on a stupid bot with its cooldowns. What are we even doing? It's crazy. Yeah, I make a whole lot of BattleTech terrain. I play a lot of BattleTech. And that up there is a hex-friendly mech bay in 6mm scale. Very, very narrow focus. So, Kashabur, we're looking at pictures that have been posted in the Discord from viewers.
Welcome,
this is
everyone,
from Lord Hethir.
to Thunderhead Studios.
This is an important
where the only
rule.
rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. I know we're on the internet. I know that I'm saying to people, hey, show me pictures of stuff that you want me to see. And I know that everyone's mind goes straight to, I'm gonna post a picture of my dick. Don't do it. For the love of God. It's a bad idea. I don't I don't want to see your junk. I want to see your art. But Thunderhead, you're thinking, what if my art is my junk? In that case, maybe one day we'll have an OnlyFans. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, this is a character from Riot Quest, a game that I am not particularly familiar with, though I do play some other things from Privateer Press. I was just kind of marveling at the green to yellow transition here. This is particularly well done, Hethrir. Very, very nice. It's a cool mini, isn't it? Yeah. Well, Lycos Chica, thank you again so much for the raid, and welcome in, Raiders. We're going to be doing this for probably the next half hour or so, then we're going to wind up raiding over to somebody else. But I'll tell you, if you want to hang out and you want to see some painting, no, I'm not going to sink that far. I'm not gonna beg for follows. Please follow me. Well, everybody, please give me the follows. I need you. Oh, thank you for the follow, Lycos Chica. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Might be able to raid Crocodile today. Ooh, that's exciting. I like Crocodile. Oh, you will since I asked. Maybe I need to get over my pride. and just reduce myself to begging. Then my numbers will really hit the ceiling. Oh, let's keep going to see what else we have in today's Storm Report. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony. Got the Ethereal done, and here's an army shot of what I've got done now. Just 3 more Crisis suits. I'm into meteorology. Not particularly. And I know, you're thinking to yourself, but there are so many meteorology references and puns going on here. There is a story behind that, but it does not involve me actually being into meteorology. It's an old family thing. Thunderhead is a name that's been associated with my family for a long time, and our brand is the meteorological symbol for a Thunderhead that's been sort of turned into an R, which is that logo that you'll see around. We're not Rio. Singing is not going to become a thing. Look, you got a little singing out of me a minute ago for Phantom of the Opera, and thankfully it happened before we got raided. And I think by now we've passed beyond the point where you can clip it, so I think that's just lost to the mists of time. From Oklahoma, so meteorology, I can word the English talking good. Meteorology is a requirement. Yeah, I would think so. Little tornado-y down there is my understanding. Mars Eternal? You never have to apologize. Honestly, guys, the fact that you're here at all is just fantastic. There's no such thing as late. There's no such thing as late. At least not in this context. This is a nice looking ethereal, by the way. Why do I keep putting my hand in? What is wet? Did I spill something? I hope not. Anyway, this is a lovely looking. Think of me fondly when we just no. Shut up, Roland. Fucking love I love those songs by Andrew Lloyd Webber, okay? I love them. Is that a 3D printer, Mars Eternal? You're gonna find there's a lot of 3D printing going on around here. I 3D print fucking just everything. I'm always 3D printing stuff. And yeah, that is, what you're seeing there is, it's up to my upper left. That is an Ender 3 V2 that I have been running for a little while. I have 4 3D printers in this tiny office that I work in right now. I love 3D printing. I do quite a lot of it. What's the coolest thing you've printed? Oh my god, what a question. That's right up there with like finding someone who likes movies and being like, what's your favorite movie? Like, that question causes me to get closer to the inevitable aneurysm that's going to claim my life. So many things. I guess maybe arguably the coolest thing that I printed is the Borealis dropship, and I say that only because that was an artistic collaboration between myself and my mod project, Dark Fox, who is a fantastic artist. There you are, Dark Fox. Stand up, take a bow. I'm not gonna go get the Borealis right now. We're in the Storm Report. We're gonna keep going. So easy to derail. So easy to derail. I do have a tiny office for
stuffed in a box.
I do. Yeah, well, I mean, it's the most mechanically intricate model that I've made, and I'm still immensely proud of how everything works and fits and clicks together and moves, and I like it. I love 3D printing though. I love 3D printing. 3D printing is the future of the tabletop wargaming hobby, and I think that it is going to continue to be words. Speaking English words. I think that it is going to continue to become more accessible until there is a 3D printer in almost every home. Easy for you to say, clearly, yeah. Yeah, I'm a real wordsmith. Data nerd, thank you so much, because obviously I need it. I can't remember the name of the movie he likes and hates the second one so much he refuses. Oh, Pacific Rim. Yeah, I love Pacific Rim. I think that Pacific Rim is one of the better movies made in the last 10 years, and I say that with confidence because if that statement turns you off, if you hear Pacific Rim is a great movie and you go, this guy's an idiot, this is good for both of us because you're probably not going to enjoy most of what I have to say. Hubby has a 3D printer, but he kept having to fix it, so it's being stored on a shelf. Yes, okay, 3D printing presently is a hobby unto itself. And maintaining 3D printers is work. It is work, so I totally understand that, and that's where a lot of people are right now. But they're going to get easier and easier to operate. Chainsaws in the crotch. You're not wrong. I wish that I had a button for this scene where I could play the chainsaw crotch for you. I have a button I can push on my Stream Deck that normally plays a little image of a robot whose crotch unfolds and a chainsaw comes out of it, and I can't play it right now. And I feel like I'm really kind of coming up short, you know, in the streamer department. What's up, Broken Brush? How you doing? Raoul in the recent film is Ocean. Yeah, that's Patrick Wilson. You just realized that, Roland? Dude, Patrick Wilson's a great actor. He was in Jawbreaker. He was in Watchmen. He's Orm in Aquaman. He's been in those Insidious movies. Patrick Wilson is a great actor. I really, really like him. If you haven't seen him in Jawbreaker, don't, because that movie's really, really upsetting. It is a good movie, and he's great in it, but it is an upsetting film. Robot Jocks. That's the one. Yeah, Robot Jocks is the one with the chainsaw dick. 3D printers are like TVs. At first they were a niche that tinkerers built, then they became expensive luxuries, heading towards one in every home, and the next step is building them into your phone and giving them away with your groceries.
Sexy streamers and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. It's just Night Owl, Roland. Yes, he is the Night Owl. He's the pudgy Night Owl. Like a couple of decades after he was in shape, stuffing himself into a rubber suit he doesn't really fit into. I'm doing well, Broken Brush, and thank you for asking. Number 767, you should never forget about Robot Jocks. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, Robot Jocks is on Amazon Prime right now. It is on Amazon Prime right now, and you should totally go watch it. It's a terrible movie. It's a terrible movie. But you won't regret having seen it at least once. And it has some truly, truly amazing miniature model making and stop motion animation that is definitely worth checking out. And it has a robot with a chainsaw dick, so, you know, you're missing out. Chaotic Harmony. Your ethereal looks really nice, dude. The skin tones and blues that you got on this guy are nice. It looks like you're leaning more into broader highlights on the fabric. You're leaning into more contrast, which is good. I like that you kind of restricted the orange down towards the base, because I feel like orange high up on this model, not necessarily the golds and stuff that you have here, but the actual orange might have been a bit much, but I like the use of the kind of bronzy metallics up here, and then purple and green next to each other, which is a tricky combo to pull off without looking like you're trying to be the Joker. A lot of times, I think this works out with the more muted metallics on the staff. A wonderful looking ethereal. Shocked that MST3K didn't riff on that movie, but I feel like some of them almost make it too easy, which is why you didn't necessarily see that. No Robot Jocks on Prime Video in Canada. Oh, that's bullshit. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Just cannons, boy. Best answer him. I got buttons for all those scenes and I can't play it here. Chaotic Harmony got back just in time to see the full army shot of what he's been working on. Chaotic Harmony. This is inspirational as hell, man. This is inspirational as hell. Seeing how far you've come in the last year, all of your work is looking much, much better, and I think the ethereal is kind of, yeah, it's the crowning achievement on this. I love how you've used the mud on the feet of these rescued crisis suits up here. I was just saying how I kind of like you've reversed the orange, which is on the heads of your fire warriors, down to the base that your ethereal is kind of floating on. Ooh. I did. I put up the ethereal and then I babbled about something else for like 10 minutes. Oh, not at all. Not at all. I raid and run like all the time. You've been streaming. Take some time for yourself, Chica. Take some time for yourself. The Lord of Whoosh has joined us. Indeed, he has. I like to think that the ethereal likes to go whoosh too. It's just a different sort of whoosh. It's the whoosh you get from like a gravity disc soaring across the ground, as opposed to a consummate troll annihilating newbies. Oh, still has been just such a pleasure to be there for all the stomping that you ultimately did, Chaotic Harmony. This is a good-looking force. And yeah, it looks like you got the last crisis suit kind of hanging out back here. I'll be very interested to see the next color scheme that you lean into for the next force you're putting together. Yeah, you're not wrong. It wasn't newbies he went after. It was just literally the first person that he saw that was a good target, and then just bam, 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 bam. And you know what? That's the game. That's the game, guys. The pumpkin patch is looking mighty fine, mighty sharp, Chaotic Harmony, and I'll bet your FLGS is just fucking thrilled to have those available to him. And like I said, I can't wait to see what your next army wants, because you're doing some Primaris Space Marines, but I know that you want to keep going. You've got the bug now. You want to keep working, you want to keep doing new armies. It's not going to stop. And I want to tell you, Chaotic Harmony, I'm going to keep bugging you about it. If you lull, I'm gonna poke you with a painty stick. And I want to see where you're at in 2 years. Let's take a look at something here from Sumatha, Operation Lancaster, Thunderhead Studio. Exclusive preview. Bringing that DACA, boys. That's not the accent. They have to do like the bad Cockney, like, oi, they're bringing that DACA, boys. That's not good. That's terrible. Let's keep going. Oryx Heavy Battlemech in 1FC form, or the more upgraded BC2 in this case, as it's flying the crest of the Dreadnought Battle Corps. This glorious war machine is arguably the ultimate evolution of the Oryx's design. This particular Battle Corps Oryx, numbered as 1337, or LEET, is known as BRAP. Served well during Operation Lancaster at the hands of its pilot, Natalia Dorn. Would have been even better if this one had been able to be posted on Sunday, given circumstances, but alas, still brilliant. Matt Plog doing what he does best, creating delightful art, in this case featuring the design by our own Metalcore collectible Siren Knight. Magnatorius Maximus, the man who's more magnet than machine and more machine than man. None of that made any sense. I just, sometimes you just gotta talk. Damn, that is one hot DACA machine. And yeah, this is the one that I'm putting together, minus I did the lasers on the front slightly different. I only have the one medium laser instead of the medium and the small. Maybe you should sing it instead. No, we're not. Look, you've gotten all the singing out of me that you're likely to get for the foreseeable future. I hope you enjoyed it, because Phantom of the Opera brought it out of me, and it's never happening again. Plog has such a way with these shapes. I love the way that he's oriented the pelvis down a little bit, and then he's tilted the hips inward. It gives it such a natural, dynamic look for such an unnatural and janky, inhuman shape. It helps your mind picture it moving as opposed to just standing still. Matt Plog. What do I have to do? What do I have to do to steal your creativity? I don't know, but I want to figure out what it is. The Oryx is such a good... I'm consistently amazed at all the different configurations the Oryx has and how different it can look just based on the armaments. I want to get some of the punchy grapple arms that you've got for it and make like a grapply Oryx. Australian Orc? It wasn't. Yeah, it was bad. I don't know. I could do a better Cockney accent than that. I'm not prepared. That's my excuse. Sumatha, thank you for sharing that with us today. Here we have from Kursala. Every time I hear the 99 Bottles voice clip, I'd laugh, because I knew that would never happen to me. Then I started making and bottling my own paint, and I find myself in need of a paint rack, and what sort of designer hobbyist would I be if it wasn't over-engineered? A bad one. So this is the mock-up that I made. To be sure the sleeve size was correct, and it'll be 3 rows of 6 hexes that can combine together as well as wide as the table allows, with an optional 4th row for 10 milliliter bottles. I do see the utility in this, particularly as it pertains to paints that I'm actively painting with. The one thing I would say about this design, the only thing that comes to mind immediately, is I would knock out this fill. Just make it hex walls, because you don't really need to turn the hex round in order to fit a round bottle. The just empty hex will fit fine, and it'll use less material as you print. You can buy his creativity. I mean, I can buy the use of his creativity. I can't buy it and then, suck it out of his head, like a Dementor. That would be the truly ideal scenario for me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get some of these from you, Kursala, because apparently I need help on that front. Do you think if I paid him some money, I'd be like, look, I'm gonna pay you money, and you just, open your mind. Go all Quato on him. Open your mind. and we'll see if that works. Like the way they fit keeps Tiny Hands from borrowing them. It is so tight that the child cannot remove the paint from the... That's pretty tight. Pretty tight, just in time for the tail end, I see. That's what she said. That doesn't... What am I trying to say? What would that even be referring to? Let's move on. Ramzus, good to see you, man. How are things? And here's the finished version of the Minotaur.
If you anchor the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
I just say words. All painted up. Use the same dry brushing technique that Thunderhead used on the Oryx. I'm not sure it was the best choice for this one. Either way, it looks good. I'm happy with it. Most importantly, it is painted. So I'll call it a victory and move on. Some of you may recognize the main cannon is the same one from the Falx. Great having a pile of pre-made weapons that I can just drop onto a model without needing to think about it. I know that feeling. I think it looks pretty good. Now, this will definitely, like, if you got a little bit of muss on a surface, like the little bit of schmutz that seems like it might have got stuck down here, yeah, it can pick that up. I think it looks pretty good, though, considering how tiny this model is. Keep working with it, though, Kursala. Keep practicing this dry brushing technique, because you can... Because I see, like, maybe 2 colors on here. But if you expand that to, like, 3 to 4 colors, you can get a surprisingly deep paint job just using dry brushing. It really helps the details pop. This job here really helps us see all the details on this very, very cool Minotaur tank. I really like the shape here that you've gone for, and I love that it's called the Minotaur, because it really evokes that image, doesn't it? Roland over there breaking it down. Alright, alright. Coming down. Here we have from Hethrir, Marcher Worlds models on Thunderhead bases. Oh my god. Finally, we've had Hethrir post some other Warcaster, that's the game I'm painting for. Warcaster Neo-Mechanika figures here before. This is the first time I think we've seen some of your Marcher Worlds figures, and yeah, these are the Marcher Worlds bases that I did up that are now available for download over at Steel Warrior Studios for your home printing pleasure, both as full bases and as toppers for official bases. These came out nice. Came out real nice. I love the blue glow on these bits here. And I was really trying to go for something where you could kind of unify the model with the base, which is what you've done here. A lot of similar colors, a bit more yellow here, a bit more pale tan up here, and then the blue glow repeated from the parts of their armor down to the various features on the ground. Very nicely done, Hethrir. Wait, that's not Steel Warrior Studio. It is, though. It is. You can now get these bases from Steel Warrior Studios if you look over in the Warcaster STL section, and pretty soon he's going to be offering actual resin prints of these base sets. 3 colors, didn't push the highlights that much. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, exclamation point, merch. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, the merch won't take you to Steel Warrior Studios. Merch is going to take you over to Rainy River Designs, where you can get sweet-ass mugs. Sweet mugs that say Thunderhead Studio. You can get t-shirts that say Thunderhead Studio. You can get hoodies that say Thunderhead Studio. You can purchase a visit from Thunderhead. He'll come to your house, and he'll just kind of smack you in the face. Open palm. That's the most expensive product that they offer. So far, no takers. I think there's a future in it, though. You know? They tell me that it's a risky investment, but I think it's worth it. Your taco guy's open again. Fuck yeah, Roland. If that's the taco guy you keep getting those tacos from, go buy tacos, because that dude makes amazing tacos. Side note for your dry brushing paint style, these are literally base coated, washed, dry brushed, and that's it for the armor. So here's another solid example of a paint job that you can achieve pretty much just with dry brushing, folks. Pretty much just with dry brushing. You know, it's true, we don't have a command for a link to Steel Warrior Studios, and that's probably stupid, considering my entire catalog is hosted on Steel Warrior Studios. Oh my god. Wow, how's that never been pointed out to me before? Here we have from Asri. Oh, did it not work? Oh, it did work, okay. Hugs and Prometheum, 5,535 points of salamanders, even glued on the damn plants. This is what I wanted to see last time. Oh my god, look at that. Guys, this is a completed project. I want you to take a moment and understand what it is we're seeing, because it's not the paint jobs we're excited about here. It's not every little quality highlight. It's not every little lensing job on the eye lenses. What we are excited about here is this is a complete force of, oh my god, they're Saturnine Terminators. I didn't see them before. Look at them. They're right here. Oh my god. Okay. First of all, Azri, this is amazing, and I love it. I love seeing projects completed. It's one of the hardest things for us to do in wargaming. You look out there on the Instagram and you see everybody, I just painted up this army, I just painted up that army, but for the individual painter, it always seems to be elusive to feel like you've actually completed something. So Azri, take a moment, pat yourself on the fucking back, and just take it in. Just take it in. You did it. This is done. This is a force you can just play. You never have to go back to it again if you don't want to. And now, on to the next one, obviously. But, bask in this for a little bit. And yeah, I will bask in the shoulder pads. Those Saturnine Terminators are badass. Zombie Brush Studios. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. 4 rock solid months. Guys, if you're not following Zombie Brush Studios, he's the one who made me sing a little bit earlier. So go ahead and head on over there and give Zombie Brush a follow. He is one of the most unique painting styles on Twitch. I'm not going to go into it this time because I've talked about it a lot, but for the love of God, go give him a follow. Yeah, thankfully nobody clipped it either, so I'm going to delete this stream right after we're done doing it, and no one will ever see that again. I just happen to love Phantom of the Opera. That's just me. Everything here was done by my 10-year-old son. Nobody told him airbrushing OSL effects was supposed to be hard, so he just did it. Sometimes we do better when we don't have the notion of what can and can't be done drilled into our stupid heads. This came out nice. Really like the contrast between these sort of almost, it's silver, but it looks like maybe there are some bronzy tones in there. I can't tell if maybe that's the light reflecting. Yeah, I think what that is the light reflecting off the orange that it's sitting on is making this look a little bit brassy, a little bronzy. We got some green in there. Looks like we got some yellow up top. And oh yeah, just kind of very nicely getting out onto the staff. This is a really, really cool effect he's done here. He's off to a damn good start. This is better painting than I was doing at twice his age, Azri. Azri, can you please take a picture of those Saturnine Terminators and share them with me? Pretty please, because I want to see them all together. I fucking love Saturnine Terminators. Need to talk to me about a Big Daddy print. Like Bioshock Big Daddy? This could probably be done. I don't know, hit me up on Discord. 3 shades of bronze and a little silver mixed in for contrast. Oh, okay, so it is bronzy. I think that the orange reflection is pushing it a little bit further than it is naturally, but my eyes are not totally deceiving me when I see the bronze tones in here. That's a really good choice, going for the warm metallic against these cool digital effects. Yeah, very, very impressive. And if you feel like sharing more of his work as he continues to work, I would love to see it. Love to see it. Because I'll bet by the time he's 20 years old, he's just making us all look like complete assholes. Here we have from SP Firestarter a shiny Sun Spider. It is very shiny, to be fair. This feels like the silver and red combo in metallics is very similar to just going for like a black and red combo. It's a classic. A classic pairing, and it works really well. I love the single green focal point right here in the middle, Firestarter. Very nicely done. Thank you very much, Azri, because yeah, I want to see that. Is there a skull in the middle of the digital effect on the last one? Yeah, I thought I saw one too. There's like a face or something going. I don't know what's going on with the Necrons anymore these days. It's all crazy shit. Nicely done though, SP Firestarter. Are you gonna be doing some more like this as part of like a lance or perhaps a star? A star of mechs, if you will. Filthy Cleaners come. Be sure to let me know, Firestarter. Here we have from Lore Friendly current progress on some of the works in progress. 2 mechs are nearly done. Need to let the base dry brush and varnish. The Dactari is probably tabletop, but not happy with it. Need to figure out what else to do once I finish the metagun. I'll just scroll over here, huh? There's nothing wrong with having this much of one color. Honestly, it can make a piece very striking. I'm loving the grit that was going down on these boys now. A little bit of highlighting on the blue definitely helps pop that out. I can't wait to see the rest of this team. They're going to be really, really striking with the whole white and then a contrasting color motif. If anything, if I was going to do anything, here, if I had to change something, I would lean into your warm colors. Because you got this green, and it looks like you got like a little bit of blue that's going to be coming in here on the Metagun, blue to white. I would make her hair redder, or I would make her satchel redder. I would make them warmer, because that is going to contrast, or rather complement, the rest of the figure much more sharply. And other than that, I actually like the whole bodysuit being green. Either way, lovely looking work, Lore Friendly. I believe Lore Friendly took off for the night, but hopefully he sees this later. Do the weapon barrels a different color and blackline the feet? That could certainly work. From Greg the Salt Miner, been bashing my head against this design for 2 days now. Finally got something I like enough to run a test print of overnight. My god, it's a fuel tank. I recognize that. I see these not every day. That's unrealistic. Every few days, though, I do drive past kind of an industrial park when I go into town. That worked out pretty nice. Did you do all this in ZBrush? Because I still can't do hard surface work in ZBrush. So we're the gamers. Here's a question. We are on for... Oh, shit. I'm streaming on Friday. I just realized I'm doing CavCon. And then we're doing movie night this Saturday. We're the gamers. I want us to do ZBrush night this week. I can do late Sunday. I could do Thursday. You could do Thursday. Thursday could work. Let's plan on Thursday for right now. I'll ping you on Discord later and we'll decide. Because I've got some things to work on. Here we have from Lore Friendly again. Just adding the boots was huge. Wash is still drying, but wanted to see what a heavy blue wash all over the black and green would do. Oh yeah, that helps. It just adds a bit more definition. I would lean into, if you really want to get some good complementary colors going here, I would lean into a redder tone on either the satchel or on the hair. One of the two. Either way, really nice work, Lore Friendly. Here we have Greg the Salt Miner. First test print from yesterday. While I like the crossbars, they're a pain to print unless your printer is braced well and you have an Ender 5. Yeah. Pieces like this are always tricky. The angles become very, very important. You kind of need to make them like super duper shallow. Yeah, pick out the braids. Good call, Riot Sister. There's so much hair, you should really pick out some of the detail on it. That came out looking pretty solid, though. That's a big boy. Wow, that is a shitty photo. I wasn't going to say anything, We're the Gamers. I'm a firm believer that taking photos of minis is, as I said, as hard or harder than painting them in the first place, or in this case, than printing them in the first place. It's a good-looking piece, though, overall. It's an excellent photo of Blur. Yeah, make the angles shallower. If you have to do, like, 2 rows of them, put, like, some cross pieces in the middle, and then you have them come up at a shallower angle. Then it won't struggle as much to print that. There are lots of little tricks like that you can put into terrain pieces when you're doing 3D printable parts. Either way, wonderful progression, Greg the Salt Miner. Here we have from Gus Schultz, basically a 4-year project on and off. Started with just the Nuka-Cola machine and a small background and ended up with this. Only thing that was not scratch built was the tire and the cap logo on the side. The lettering on the building said Ronto Beverage Company, which is mentioned in the Fallout DLC, The Pit. Oh, I remember The Pit. I assumed it's a reference to Toronto, where I live. We know where Gus Schultz lives. Now we can come take his stuff. Ooh. Gus. I know I keep encouraging you to post here, man, but pretty soon we're going to have to actually ban you from posting here, because this is showing all of us up. Oh my god. Man. I love that the weathering here is so well considered, because it's really easy to just go, I'm weathering this thing, and you go, bup, 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 and you put the weathering fucking everywhere. One of the hardest things to do with weathering is not the application of the product. It is the consideration of what weathering looks like in real life. You wind up with patterns, and you can wind up with clean spots even, and the clean spots sort of help to sell the rust and the filth and the moisture, and you have to consider, particularly when you're doing things like water stains or rusty patches, like where would the moisture come from? Where would the moisture run? And I mention this because Gus has thought about that in a lot of these cases, and it comes off very, very natural. I agree, the blue barrel's an excellent choice, because yeah, really, imagine this, like, just cover up the blue, like, reach out with your hand and cover up the blue barrel and look at the rest of the piece, sort of take it in for a second, and then pull your hand away. And you may be shocked at what an effect that splash of color, that sudden focal point has. And this is a technique that you can apply. This is why I'm always talking about focusing on the cockpit glass as you are painting specifically battle mechs, because that focal point, that little splash of color that doesn't necessarily exist anywhere else, can do just amazing, amazing things to an otherwise fairly monochromatic paint job. Learning the nature of focal points in color and color composition in your minis, these are some of the most important skills that you can build. You don't have to be a super technical, hyper precise painter to utilize these strategies and come out with really, really striking paint jobs. The blue barrel is an Easter egg for the game. I can't remember the last time I played the pit. I feel like I played through the pit, but I don't remember a blue barrel, and now I feel like I'm not a real nerd. Damn it, Gus Schultz. Oh, there's some Nuka Blue on it. Nuka-Cola Quantum? Is that a bottle of Quantum that you have there? The only reason I can't tell is because it's not glowing. Gus, why isn't that bottle of Nuka-Cola Quantum glowing? I feel like you really sold yourself short on this piece. You really came up short. You didn't work hard enough. What the fuck? I had to pick something. I had to pick something because I'm just like, I'm overwhelmed with everything else that I'm seeing. I can't think of anything to legitimately criticize here, even as part of me wants to, just to make myself feel better for not being you. This is amazing work, Gus. All the little details, the discarded paper, magazines, comic books. I'm assuming if I zoomed in on these would be some like skill magazines you can pick up in the game. Got a bottle of Nuka down here. Fallout Shelter poster kind of peeling off the wall. Ah, man. Gus, I'm glad you're here. Because your work is constantly inspirational. Constantly inspirational. I love what you've done here with the worn-off paint on the white painted lettering, too. That's so cool. Yeah, you've done Urban Detritus incredibly well. Gus Schultz, thank you for sharing this with us today. Always, always welcome to share your work. I don't care how old it is, you are an incredibly talented miniature artist, my friend. Here we have from Ion Raptor, first submission in a while. Got a couple new ones for you. First up, the partially complete cruiser for A Billion Suns, something I'm looking forward to getting my hands on, hoping that all the detail will fill it in for me, because right now something just feels off. Secondly, I've been replaying one of my favorite games from the PS1 era. Can you guess what game series this enemy is from? I think that at this scale in particular, your addition of things like the little window, like this has the same scaling effect that the windows on like the Starship Enterprise D has. It's the same thing that I talk about when I talk about Guillermo del Toro's work. When you look at things like Gypsy Danger, Pacific Rim, because it'll be this big robot standing in a big room, and the shoulder pads are these huge things. It becomes hard to tell how big it's supposed to be because of the dimensions and the proportions, and then you notice a little set of ladder rungs. A little set of ladder rungs going down the shoulder where a worker is meant to climb up. And that in your head just helps your brain go, oh, I know how big I am compared to that. I know how big that's supposed to be because I've climbed ladders before. It's the same thing that these windows do on a model like this. You're like, I know how big a window is supposed to be. You show me a window, I know the size of the room. So I can tell how big this ship is, which is vitally important in the game with as tiny a scale as A Billion Suns has. Can't make sense of the front, it looks off. Yeah, clearly this is still a work in progress up here, as well as the engine housings. It looks like most of the work on the cruiser so far has gone here into the midsection and the bridge. but I'm looking forward to seeing what Ion Raptor does next. By the way, guys, if you're not following Ion Raptor Designs, you really should be. He does a lot of this work right here on Twitch. I don't know what the fuck this is from. This doesn't even look familiar to me. Like, at all. I played a lot of PlayStation 1 games, but apparently I missed this one. Unless I just blacked out that part of my childhood for some reason. I suppose that's possible, too. It's an aggressive-looking little sprat, I'll give him that. Here we have from Roland working on one of those mobile command centers, are we? I love the use of the... This is a color very similar, it looks like, to the P3 Coal Black that I use. I love this color, particularly for tires, which, you know, tire rubber has a little bit of a bluish tinge to it. The front has a couple shields on it and a split prow. Think Macross. Okay. Sort of like the... Yeah. Like the big ship. Stegodon Scale Green? I'd be curious to know. I'd be curious to know which dark blue you used on the tires here. Being proxied as an Indra Heavy APC. It is a big boy. I like how it's built like a semi-truck, like you have the front cab and the little hitch back here, but it's this big, wide, aggressive, sort of flat-nosed, almost like a viper, like a snake. That's what I get from it. Second is the basic Haroko from Mega Man Legends. Yeah, I didn't play that much Mega Man, if I'm being honest. And then you've got like a mission variable payload section back here, which in this case I'm assuming is going to be full of dudes with guns. Lovely. Or ice cream. Yeah, ice cream in the back. There we go. Totally. Well, thank you for Stegodon Scale Green. That's what you went with for? Okay, that works. Well, thank you for sharing, Roland. Here we have from our very own Magnatorius Maximus, also known as Cyber Knight, also known as Metal Core Collectibles, plugging away on the Streaker, a sentence that is easy to take out of context. These are the second set of prototypes. At this point, I'm happy with the overall fidelity on the details, just making some design tweaks here and there, with the benefit of 3.5 years of hindsight since we originally whipped the Streaker up. Again, easily taken out of context. Biggest issue right now is that the fit between the modular parts and the base is still really tight, so I'm trying to loosen them up. There isn't a lot of room to work with, so it's slow going. Hopefully the third set will be better. Currently printing at home. One of the nice things, because I do this a lot too, is that it's so small, it's not hard. It doesn't take long to print your test parts for something like this. You can adjust it by 0.1 millimeters and then print it again, and 0.1 millimeters and then print it again. And thankfully it's not going to eat up a lot of time on your resin printer. The Streaker is nice looking. Ooh. I like the little step details down here. Like, I look at this and I think, wow, this would be really hard to get into, and then I notice the step, and I'm like, oh, he's thought of that. This looks like a vehicle that you would actually see. It's not like it's sci-fi, but it's not too sci-fi. It's practically sci-fi. And I love the kind of variable back end on it. Very, very versatile vehicle. Lovely, lovely work. By the way, guys, if you are not aware of Metalcore Collectibles, you should go check out his website. If you're into 6mm sci-fi figures, it is hard to find anybody who makes better, original, non-IP connected 3D designs. Oh, and they're all modular and all magnetizable because he's, out of his mind. By the request of Cyber Knight, here is the art done by Matt Plog for the Streaker Recon Buggy. So great, the camo livery works so well that it's actually kind of hard to make out what you're looking at. This is, what you're highlighting is one of the reasons that I don't do camo on my own painted minis. Because if it was like a huge piece, like 40K scale, 28mm, 35mm, oh yeah, and God knows everything I say I mean, right, White Wolf? I never exaggerate or use hyperbole for comedic effect. One of the reasons I don't do camo at 6mm scale, as cool as it even looks on this, is just that, man, I really want you to see the details, and if I do my camo well...
we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
It's true. And if I do my camo well, you won't be able to see the mini very well. And that's just not what I want. So I lean into bright colors. But I'll tell you, if this was the size that it is on my screen right now, I would lean into something like this. He did a fantastic job with the camo pattern. It would definitely break up the profile. Matt Plog, you brilliant son of a bitch. Here we have from Brigada Rung. Realized I hadn't taken good close-ups of the non-mech stuff, so here's the current support assets of the Bedlam Corporation. I make an exception for this Dazzle camo because it's just so fucking extreme. And yeah, we usually do mostly see mechs. Look at these little infantry bros. Look at them running along, doing little hand signals at each other. They're adorable. We got some like Fat Man powered armor over here, chonking their way across the battlefield. And then we have a number of assets here from Metalcore Collectibles, some of his variable and modular buggies and APCs, infantry fighting vehicle. I can't remember the name of them offhand. I apologize. I know they all have names. You can't remember them. But I'll tell you, if you like the look of these figures, guys, you need to be heading over to Metalcore Collectibles and taking a look at what he has on offer. And also, you should be following Vergaderung. You really, really should. This dude in his Dazzle camo, I'm gonna crap. What am I gonna crap? What's something that would express my excitement? A brick? That's a saying, right? I'm gonna crap a brick? I hear people say that all the time, so I'm gonna say it. I would crap a brick. I'm gonna crap a brick. I've said that too many times now it sounds weird. When he paints the Borealis in Dazzle camo, that's what I'm trying to get to. That amazing dropship that Project Dark Fox helped design. I want to see that in Dazzle camo, man. I'm not going to leave you alone until you do it. And the current progress in the modular forest templates I've been working on, the heavy, alien, light, regular, and crystal are all done. Heavy crystal needs to be adjusted. Mushroom and light alien needs to be sculpted, and heavy regular forest I'm getting primed now. I'm so glad you're doing this. This Vergaderung for me is one of those projects that, like, I've wanted to do in almost the exact way that you're doing for months and months and months, but it just kept getting kicked to the back, to the bottom of the queue, over and over and over again, because I've always had something else to work on, always something hard surface, and this takes digging into the more sculpty-based programs. And for Vergaderung, you've done it, and you've done a fantastic job at it. I'm gonna have to get some of this from Alex, because this is gonna have to go on my board. Fantastic work. Really, really nice. No shame I'm fat and see french fries first. Damn it, why'd you have to say that, Zombie Brush Studios? I've gotten the whole Storm Report without getting hungry, and now I have this craving for fat and salt. What are you doing to me? What is it with you today, Zombie Brush Studios? You're making me sing? You're making me hungry? Really, really fantastic work for it. Really, really good stuff, and I hope that we can see this on Steel Warrior Studios here shortly. Here we have from White Wolf. Did somebody ask for tacos? Did somebody want tacos? Well, no tacos for... Oh, that made me sad. Well, at least for me, because we have no tacos. Instead, you get an MG ball pie, because it's a cute little thing of doom that's reasonably deadly, provided it's able to keep its distance. Yeah, I mean, it's a gun with some engines on it. Sure, they're outmaneuvered by mobile suits, but they can still easily outnumber the suits. You know, quantity has a quality all its own. This one is getting paint of some description, as well as the shark mouth decals. Oh, that should be neat. It's a nice model. It's one of the most practical designs in all of Gundam. Like, this is something I could see somebody actually using. Though I do feel like the second that it fired, it would just start spinning wildly out of control. But, you know, what are we going to do? The retro jets, keep it stable, something like that. I'm sure you can hand wave that one. Wouldn't be the Storm Report if I'm not hungry. Oh, I'm glad to know that I'm predictable like that. Ball. Thank you, Vergaderung. So I didn't have to do that one. Here we have from Soda Addict today. It's been a hot minute, ain't it? Finally got an airbrush set up, and I've been exploring zenithal highlights and glazing. Here's a couple Perspective Raptors Chapter Marines, because I hate painting black armor. How's the contrast? I feel like you could go deeper. Since you're asking, first of all, those beakies. Those beakies. I love the beaky helmets on Space Marines. They've always been some of my favorites. These are damn good looking ones. I like how they're actually more beaky than the normal beaky helmet. They've been flattened a little bit. It looks like they've had a couple of planes sort of gently imposed on the sides and flattened across the bottom, so it's slightly more of a triangular cross section coming up off the face, which, interestingly enough, is still historically accurate. There were a number of hound skull / pig face bassinet helmets made with that more triangular shape. Extra beaky if you will, Ramzoos, which apparently you will. Oh, it's recoilless. Fine. So my physics are bad. So I wasn't paying attention when they mentioned that in any of the animes. What are you gonna do? So they can fit into the collars. I mean, they don't necessarily need to fit into the collars, to be fair. 3D printed by a friend of mine. The free files on Thingiverse, they're really nice. They're really nice. But yeah, you can go deeper. You can't be afraid of contrast. In miniature painting, you always have to consider you're painting teeny tiny people, and if they were big people, they would cast big shadows. The shadows would be much more extreme, and the scale that they're at limits that. So you have to exaggerate those details. So what I'm going to say, if you want advice on these, go deeper. I love your highlight colors. I think that you could stop right there for your high tones, maybe go a little bit higher if you're feeling real crazy, but I want you to go deeper. I want to see some real dark green, and you know what else is something you can do is work in a complementary color to the shadows. This is going to sound weird, but in your deepest shadows, mix a little bit of red in. Just a little bit of red, not a lot of red, just a little bit of red. Not enough red that you look at that and go, oh, that's red. Just get a little bit of red mixed into whatever shade that you're using, whatever your shadows are going to be. And what that's going to do is that's going to push that contrast and make it so you don't actually have to make it quite as dark. Your eyes are going to pick up on it. You're going to see the green mostly. And the red is just gonna pick it out for you. Crocodile's still up. Thick Mike is too, but Thick Mike is doing Rainbow 6. Yeah, probably we'll go for somebody painting. But I hope that that's helpful. Soda Addict. You can just go dark, or you can lean into the color theory and work with the complementary color. I think either one of those would be an improvement, but I love the overall colors that you're using. Chaotic is painting. Chaotic is painting. Well, that's good timing, because that brings us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus, the end of the stream. Chaotic is painting something? Okay, yeah, let's do that. What is this music? Thunderdome Drew's painting, but I want to raid Chaotic Harmony. You guys are going to love Chaotic Harmony. If you haven't been over there before, you are in for a treat. Let me go ahead and get this going. Why won't you pull up his name? Really annoying. There we go. It says NA. I don't know why it's like non-applicable. This is not a real streamer. You can't raid him. You're not allowed. Well, I'll tell you what, system. I don't obey your fucking rules. We do what we want. Oh my god. You guys, thank you. Thank you guys so much for being here today. And if you would, if you're here right now and you're listening, please do me a favor. Stick around for just a few minutes. We're going to raid over into Chaotic Harmony stream. Check it out. Say hi. Hype him up a little bit. The dude is, he's been just painting and painting and painting all year, getting better and better. I'm glad to see him doing some paint streaming. I want him to do more. More paint streaming is good for all of us. So hang out for a minute, hype him up a little bit, say hi, drop him a follow if you like what you see, if you like what you hear, which I think you will. I want to give my thanks to everybody who came out tonight. It's always a pleasure having you guys here in chat. Thank you to everybody, all our new followers. Thank you to those of you who dropped subs. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh god, I'm so sorry about that. That was terrible. No boogers. No boogers. No significant boogers, so we're doing okay. We're gonna be back. We're not going to be streaming Thursday. We will be streaming Friday at our usual time for CavCon Online. I'll be painting some calves. Movie night is going to be this Saturday. If you want to get your votes in, jump into the Discord. I'm going to be putting up a poll a little bit later tonight. And then Sunday, we will not be streaming. We will be back the Tuesday after that. Thank you to my mods. Oh my god, my timer's up. I'm going to go get something to eat. So until next time, keep on painting.